Good morning, honorable members. We shall now have a silent prayer and meditation. Thank you so much. We can all be seated. Good morning, honorable members of the August House of the Limpopo Legislature. Let us greet the Honorable the Premier of Limpopo, Dr. Poppy Constance Ramatuba, and all the MECs that are present today in this house, led by as well the Leader of Government's Business, Honorable Makamu. You are recognized. Let's recognize the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Metebo Mamrovela. Let's recognize the Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mukoni, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Ngobeni, the Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honorable Mokhonyana, the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Munama, and the Whipari, the entire Whipari. We recognize Mahabom Setlana, the Leader of the Opposition, and your entire leave, and all honorable members from the Democratic Alliance, from the UAT. Let's greet the members and the community members and the ones that are coming to support, the staff that is supporting us from different departments. Dr. Make and your leadership in front desk, you are recognized as well. The people in the gallery, the people in the social media, the Legislature of Limpopo has convened again to debate the matters that are very important for the lives of the people of the province. You are all warmly welcomed, even in the social media where we were streamed live. Without wasting any time, we'll just proceed to item 2. Item 2 is motioned without notice in line with Rule 145. Can I see by hands from different members? I'm aware by the message from the Chief Whip that in the EFF, I think we have made some changes. We are recognizing the changes that we have made on the list. Can we start with Honorable Dunani Baloy?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to honorable members. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House note the EFF is disturbed by the rising car accident in our province. Just hardly 2 weeks ago, there was a bus accident around Makado area in November, which claimed the life of 42 foreign nationals from Zimbabwe and Malawi, including children. As we still in pain and devastated by the death of our fellow African from our neighboring countries.
Please switch off the mic. Yeah, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, it's my understanding that when a motion was already read in the House, that it won't be repeated within the House within this period of at least 6 months. And if my correction serves me right, this specific motion was read by the ANC on Tuesday. Thank you, Chair.
On this point, Honorable Smile is correct. The motion was read on Tuesday. As well, there was a member statement on it. The matter was done justice to it. Can we now proceed, Honorable, to other members who are on the list? Honorable Pokani Maudi Johannes.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to yourself, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier, the MECs present here, the chair of chairs and his deputy, the whip arrays led by Honorable Mukhonyana, the chairpersons of committees, all other honorable members present in this house, inclusive of our guests. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the ANC, I stand to present this motion without notice, which is about the rape of minors in Butlokwa. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the ANC that this August House notes our concern about multiple rape cases that happened in the Molemole local municipality in the past few weeks. A few weeks ago, we learned with dismay about the case of a 66-year-old male who raped a toddler in Morebeng. According to reports, the accused's wife is operating a child care center, and he is tasked with transporting the children. On the day in question, the perpetrator reportedly brought the child home, and she later complained about abdominal pains and became restless. Upon being taken to the hospital, she was declared to have been sexually assaulted. In another incident in the same area, 2 male suspects have been arrested in connection with the rape of 2 minors. Honorable Speaker, this calls for government to heighten its messaging and fight against gender-based violence in areas like this. I move accordingly, Honorable Speaker.
Any seconder? Honorable Nechpepe?
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to second the motion as presented by Honorable Pokwan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any further motion? EFF had one. ANC, Honorable, I can't see Honorable Mati. Simon. Should we pass? Okay. Thank you so much. It means we are done in terms of motions with a MK, none, Freedom Front plus none. Okay. We'll now move directly to item 3, which is notice of motions, Rule 146. Where I'm sitting, we have got none. We'll now move to item 4, which is statement by members in line with Rule 199. Can I check honorable members who are to take the floor? Honorable Small.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Illegal sand mining and illicit mining in Limpopo have reached crisis of proportions. Illicit sand mining is spreading rapidly across all major river systems in Limpopo with growing bizarreness and impunity. Communities and landowners are left vulnerable as their land and riverine ecosystems, vital for water and food security, are stripped bare, while provincial and national authorities remain largely inactive or unable to act decisively. Many operations run without permits, rehabilitation plans, or oversight. Others exploit loopholes in the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act of 2002 by submitting multiple applications of less than 5 hectares to evade environmental scrutiny. In some instances, tribal leaders have been complicit. Farmers and communities have repeatedly reported inadequate notification, missing or concealed public notice, and deliberate obfuscations by applicants. In a recent case of Maria Munyai in Messina, where sand mining continued unlawfully despite a High Court ruling, exposes the systematic failure of LEDET, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, and South African police services to enforce the law. Illicit mining is also escalating at an alarming rate. In the Bangnek, Kuske, Eysterberg, and Eerstegoud areas, the farming community is effectively under siege. Armed and organized Zamazamas move through farms, engaging in violent clashes with high-caliber weapons. Bodies are frequently found, while government appears powerless to halt escalating anarchy. Honorable MEC, do you agree that the proliferation of illegal sand mining and illicit mining in Limpopo has reached a crisis point? And do you agree that firm and decisive action is required from both provincial and national government? And what steps, if any, have you taken thus far? Do you agree that a joint sitting of the Debt, Agriculture, Community Safety, and Kochsna portfolio committees should be convened to examine the address the systematic failures and enabling the lawlessness, and that LEDET, DMRE, and SAPS must be called to account? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any seconder to the motion? Oh, it's a member statement. Thank you very much for correcting me. You are correct. Honorable Lumago, you are raising your hand. Over to you.
Re le loche mo speakera wa ntlo e tlhompegileng re leboga re loche ntlo ka moka re leboga bontate Ngobeni ke a bona ba ile ba kwa le banna ba bangwe ba ka mola ANC ge ile ra re ge re kwa sello sa bomme ba rena ka mo ntlong ka baka la kotsi e diang ke ditulo ra re ba se ba iponagatša for nakonyana go ba re tla kgopela gore banna ba ANC ka moka ba dulele ka mo pele e ka gore tabedi yang ke ditulo tša e kgatlhiše ka mo ntlong e tlhomphegang jalo ye ke emeng ka lebaka la yona kudu mo ke taba ya tsela ye tsebegang ka la D3671 ye e leng gore e sa le e latlhiwa ke ya dikilomitara tše tshela ke tsela ye beng mo lefelong la Mosekwa magareng a Mosekwa le Marinakwe kwa le go la Vembe mo leng gore rakonteraka o a bang a filwe maikarabelo a go tsošološa tsela ye o tšhabile tsela ye e tsamaya ka mašeleng a go lekana dimilione tše 17 ye e sentšeng go ba e fedile ka kgwedi ya Disempere ngwageng wa go feta eupša ge re bolela re le mo a go bontšhe o ka re mošomo o tla tsoga o fedile e pontšha gabotse gore mmušo wa ANC o tšwela pele o tuma ka tše re di tsebang tša go palela go fetša diprojeke tše e leng gore di feleletša di gobatša badudi ka ge go ena le tšhomišano le borakonteraka ya go tshwenya kudu gape mo speakera ke gore lefelong lona le a go bontšhe go ena le di-penalty tše motho a tšhaditšweng tšona go bontšha gore o palela ke o dia mošomo bjalo ka rakonteraka taba ye ya go šireletša borakonteraka le go se bangwa le mo le pampiring la go bontšha gore batho ba palela ke mošomo ba sa dumelelwa go šoma mo dithendareng tša mmušo e direla province ya Limpopo bošaedi bo bogolo eupša e bontšha gore taba ye e dira ka baka la gore e ra gore borakonteraka ba tsebana le boradipolotiki ba ANC ke ka fao ba ka se kgoneng gore ba ba blackliste goba ba ba penalize and ga e sepetšane le ka mokgwa o molao wa tša dikonteraka o sepelang ka gona re kgopela gore setšhaba sa Limpopo se tsebe gore ge se ka se eme ka maoto sa thekgana le EFF e leng gore e tlo developa state capacity gore mmušo o kgone go kitiela dilo se tlo tšwela pele se tlaišega ka fase ga boetapele ba ANC re re setšhaba e mang ka maoto ke nako ya gore le ikemele le tsebe gore ANC tlo le sotla EFF gona o le kgomotša re tshware tsela ya go tsošološa botho le ditirelo mo setšhabeng re a leboga
Thank you so much. Can we proceed to the next presenter? Honorable Max, are you presenting? Over to you.
Honorable Speaker, I rise today to bring to the attention of this House the alarming failure of the Mopani District Municipality as the water authority for the Janine area to implement and monitor infrastructure projects to ensure preventative maintenance. These failures have a direct impact on the right of our citizens to have access to clean drinking water. It is perhaps the greatest irony that a place called Aqua Park, derived from the Latin word aqua, meaning water, was left without a drop of water for most of last week. The recent reports of water shortages, interruptions, and even possibly contamination are a stark reminder of the current government's failure to prioritize the basic needs of our people. The lack of transparency and accountability have led to a crisis that threatens the health, dignity, and well-being of our communities. Section 27 of our Constitution guarantees the right to have access to sufficient water, and it's the duty of our government to ensure that this right is realized. However, the water authority's incompetence and lack of accountability have resulted in a situation where many of our people are forced to live without access to clean drinking water, a basic necessity for human survival. Madam Speaker, this is not just a matter of infrastructure, it's a matter of human rights. The failure to provide clean drinking water is a violation of one of the most basic human rights, and it's our collective responsibility to hold the government accountable for this failure. The two questions that need to be asked and answered in this House today is the following. Will the MEC responsible for Costa take immediate action to address this crisis? Will the MEC for Costa utilize his remedies as provided by the MFMA to ensure that the Mopani and Janine municipalities are held accountable and to prioritize the implementation of infrastructure projects that will guarantee access to clean drinking water for all the residents? Thank you.
I think this was the last motion, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Or you know, I'm used to have more motions. So now I can see the trend has changed. We have got more member statements than motions. So this trend is really, I haven't get adjusted to it. Honorable Magulu.
Tamisha maloko ka moka go akaretšwa le ketapele ya ona mokgatlo wa rena wa go lwela taba tša economic ka mo provincial le ka mo nageng e le go yona economic freedom fighters. The EFF is dismayed by the 130 million spent on failed bulk water infrastructure project in Marule municipality, which cannot be accounted for. There is literally no value for money in this project, which was meant to address chronic water shortage in Marule and to relieve our people from suffering. It is for this reason that the people continue to compete for dirty water from bacteria-infested dams and rivers with animals. This is what our people are being subjected to into more than 30 years into democracy. What happened to the 130 million invested into the water project if there is no water, because this money should be accounted for one way or another. The Mopani District Municipality, which is the water authority, must account for wastage of taxpayers' money in this project. It cannot be business as usual. Something drastic must be done to hold the people accountable. The days of being evasive when it comes to accountability are over. The reason why many water infrastructure projects in the province collapses is because there is no accountability. Monies get stolen through collusion between officials and contractors, and they continue to get away with the matter. The culture of impunity is deeply embedded in the current government to a point of no return. Severe water shortage affects all communities in Mopani, which speaks to the district municipality's inability to provide water to the people of Mopani. But it goes beyond this because it also speaks to serious leadership and governance challenges at Mopani District Municipality, which which is generally a reflection of governance failure of the ANC in the province. We call upon the Hawks and SIU to investigate this failed bulk water project to arrest the perpetrators of this corruption. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We are done with member statements. Am I correct? If I'm correct, we will allow honorable MECs, including the Premier. Maybe I can show a show of hands who are going to respond so that I can be able to give you an opportunity. Honorable Matibe will be followed by Honorable Makam. Honorable Matibe Chitereke Baldwin is the MEC for Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, and members of the Legislature. The Department of Minerals and Petroleum Resources, working together with the Department of Community Safety, as well as Defense, we have got an operation called Operation Valamgoti, which is dealing with the issues of illegal mining. What is happening in that operation is that where we find people practicing illegal mining is twofold. There are those that we take the machines and all that. Those who want to be artisanal miners, we are supporting them in terms of starting what we call artisanal mining. On the case of Ms. Mariam Nyai in Musina, we are going to investigate and give feedback to the Honorable House in terms of what is happening there. The issue of illegal mining is a challenge across the length and breadth of the country, and we are dealing with it. On the issue of the portfolio committees, we are under the guidance of the Legislature. We might not pronounce ourselves whether that portfolio committee is needed. If the Legislature call us, ourselves, agriculture, Cogstar, as well as community safety, we are ready to come and account. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC Matibe. Let's allow Honorable MEC Makamu Rogers, or Rogers Bioscope Makamu. Is the MEC for Coxstein, the leader of government business. Don't be surprised if you will take other comments as well. Honorable MEC, the floor is.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makurupech. Greetings to our Premier, colleagues, MECs, the Honorable the House. I'm here maybe first to deal with the member statement by Honorable Matume Liwok about the road D3671, which is incomplete, which we also accept that we should be able to make sure that all the projects which we start, we finish them. I will take the matter to my colleague MEC for Public Works, Road and Infrastructure. Like he has started, I think they just follow his steps that he has gone to a number of projects now, and people can be able to see that he's trying to unblock all the challenges of the projects. And I think this one, it will be able to be attended to. I think that information, it could be that they may not be done once in one day, but the MEC is still energetic, will be able to deal with that. But to tell the people of this province that the EFF is there to can be able to resolve the problem. We are just from Musina, just recently, EFF was on the ballot, but the people showed who should be able to be given a responsibility to lead the people of this province. And the people have seen that. If people are not convinced about Musina, we are busy in what 37 Fitahomu towards. we are calling upon that they can show their strength there. But the people of this province are convinced which one to work for. The, let me also deal with the issue of Honorable Moss about the shortage of water in an area in Zanin called Aqua Park. I think your choice of Aqua Park could not be informed by who stays in Aqua Park. When you have seen how people are resolving, or Mopani are resolving the water challenges in the district of Mopani. Fortunately, the area of Aqua Park that is said to be, I've been a resident of the very same place personally. But I think he chose that area on the basis of who stays there. If you were to look at the entire Mopani, the people of Giani, the people of Rulani, in Beckersdorp, they were given water and people were happy, including that the Premier was there and looking water challenges there. We will be able to attend to the issue. But I personally, if you can go, the people of Aqua Park will only have a water challenge where there's a water problem, where there's a challenge, which can be easily be fixed there. But the entire community of Mopani should be getting water. The issue of the 130 million of the project bulk water in Maruleng, the only part I will deal with is the calling upon the Hawks to investigate the matter. If there's a criminal offense in spending money for the people, then let's call the Hawks. But I can confirm to you that that project, it also includes Mamichas Kororo, where it is done in phases. So you don't only complete a phase 1 when you are intending to complete the projects in phase 3 to get people water. But how do we call the Hawks and the SAPS here if people know a criminal activity? The nearest police station is there for us as honorable members to also consider that. But to come and grandstand on a project that is not yet complete because we know the source of the water for that bulk, it's required to come from the side of Mpumalanga in Blade Refir, and say money has been stolen. It's also not correct. So I wanted to indicate that we are busy dealing with those issues. The district is very hard at work. In fact, they have revived what you thought it's a failed project of Inwamati Friday. They are always going to communities. One day I was here, they were even in my community without knowing. I saw it in the social media. And when I went back home, the people were receiving water and were resolving challenges. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. That has taken us out of item 4. We are now going to item 5. Are there any executive member statements? None. We now proceed to item 6. Are there any tabling of committee reports, other reports and papers? None. We proceed directly to item 7. 7.1, consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee of Public Administration. Our own Honorable Pokani Maudu Johannes is the chair of the committee. We would request him to come and present 7.1.1 and 7.1.2 at the same time. 7.1.1 is 2024-2025 annual report, Office of the Premier. Honorable Maudu. I thought when I'm talking, you will be walking to the podium.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to yourself, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier, the MECs present here, the Chair of Chair and his Deputy, the Chief Whip and his Deputy, inclusive of the whole whippery, the chairpersons of committees, my fellow honorable members, the leader of opposition parties. Honorable Speaker, I stand to rise on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration to request for the consideration and adoption of the 2024-2025 annual report of the Office of the Premier.
Thank you so much. Any seconder, honorable members? Honorable Nkonyan?
Honorable Speaker, ngoba chairperson ubingelele iphari yonke sithi kuye siya sekhonda isihlongozelo sakhe. Amen.
Eke fetola ke reng, honorable Nkonyan?
Uthi sibonge baba.
Sibonge baba. Honorable Chair, please proceed.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I once more move for the adoption and consideration of the 2025-2026 first quarter report of Office of the Premier. I thank you.
Any seconder, honorable members? I've seen Honorable Matlo earlier raised his hand. Honorable Matlo.
Ngiyalebonga Speaker nikhona nomphana gore ngono abalina kamuntu. Yala ka loko la lo kota thala molao lewe. Ngiyamela o support zo bazo ya ba honorable. Chorisi zo bazo ya pilo ka mgazo ngiyalebonga.
Lena le la bisiki do lorge zo azeo. Thank you so much. We shall now go directly to the speakers list. Referring to the speakers list, Honorable Premier, I think, is aware that she will only respond after the two debates, which is the first quarter as well, the annual report and the first quarter. Can we start to the speakers list? Allow Honorable Metle Ramohlola Dikeledi. She will be opening the debate. She has got 14 minutes. Your 14 minutes starts now.
Honorable Dr. Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mamrobela, Honorable Premier Dr. Popira Matuba, the Leader of Governance Business, Honorable Biskop Makamu, the Chief Whip, Honorable Isop Mukhonyan, the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Rogers Munama, and the members of the Whippery, the Chair of Chairs, Honorable Thabo Mukoni, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Peter Ngobeni, members of the Executive Council, honorable members and guests in the gallery. Good morning. The Office of the Premier stands as a heartbeat of fulcrum, of seamless executive coordination, a strategic nerve center where dreams are translated into action for the Premier and members of the Executive Council to perform. By dreams, Honorable Speaker, we don't mean of sleep, but of well thought out of vision. Accountability is the cornerstone of democratic governance, and it finds its sharpest expression through the vigilant eye of the parliamentary oversight. And this sacred duty ensures that the machinery of the government operates with integrity, transparency, and fidelity to the people's mandate. And through this vision, Honorable Speaker, the provincial legislature entrusted not merely as a participant in governance, but as a custodian of ethical stewardship. And this is supported by one of the novelists, as I quote him, Ben Okri, when he says, "It makes a point that the value of mountain tops is not to dwell on them, but to see from them." I close the quote. It ensures oversight over the executive with clarity and conviction. And the annual report stands as a vital instrument in this architecture of accountability. It offers a rigorous analysis of departmental performance, measuring budget expenditure against the commitment outlined in the annual performance plan. And beyond numbers, Honorable Speaker, it serves as a mirror reflecting our progress on the key priorities proclaimed on the State of the Province address by the Honorable Premier. Honorable Dr. Speaker, the annual performance report for 2024-2025 financial year serve as a both mirror and compass that clearly reflects the strides of stamplers of the Office of the Premier, while guiding future governance with clarity and resolve. It chronicles our journey in fortifying the machinery of the governments and advancing the frontlets of the service delivery. And through discipline lens, it measures the performance against the planned output and target set forth for the annual performance plan that asks not only that was achieved, but how to which effect. In doing so, Honorable Speaker, it becomes more than a document. It is testament to our commitment to ethical leadership, institutional excellence, and enduring promise of a governance that serves with people. Honorable Speaker, this year, the year under review, bears testimony to the unwavering commitment of the Office of the Premier to the people of Limpopo. With 89% of performance indicators achieved, this milestone reflects not only statistical success, but the heartbeat of a dedicated public service steered by decisive political leadership and anchored by a capable ethical administration. And this performance signals a government that is not merely functioning by striving. This is my considered view, Chairperson, that is a collective willing to serve, to adapt, and to deliver. Yet we remain mindful that governance is not measured by achievements alone. Specific areas fell short on their intended target. And we approach these gaps not with defensiveness, but with resolve. They will be attended to with due same vigor and accountability that define a broader mission. In this, we reaffirm our accountability that define our broader mission. In this, we reaffirm our covenant with the people to govern with transparency, to lead with integrity, and to serve with purpose. Honorable Speaker, the annual analysis of the departmental annual performance and report is a vital part of oversight process, whereby oversight bodies and citizens can verify that department's action align with its core mandate and national strategic plans. This scrutiny, Honorable Speaker, is essential because it holds the department accountable to the public and ensures that good governance is being done. It also allows the critical assessment of the department's goals, ensuring that its performance indicators are clearly defined and its targets are both realistic and achievable. Honorable Speaker, the 2024-2025 financial year marked the conclusion of the sixth administration and the end of the year 2020 to 2025 strategic plan. And based on how the Office of the Premier performed in the year under review, the Auditor General confirmed that the Office of the Premier has sustained a clean audit outcome, with further consolidated its standing as one of the best performing provincial institutions. Some departments which historically received unqualified audits, recorded notable progress by closing the year with an improved outcome. Despite these challenges, Honorable Speaker, despite this achievement, Honorable Speaker, challenges persisted in the critical areas. There are previous resolutions which were unresolved, and this includes particularly the vendor building society, the sustainability of the 3D entities, and broader governance of and service delivery, water challenges, unemployment, inadequate ICT transformation, and insufficient consequence management across departments being identified as recurring gaps. Entities such as Road Agents Limpopo and Gateway Authority Airport Limpopo continued to underperform, which raises a serious concern about institutional inefficiency. The committee showed concern around the unresolved and outstanding resolution dating from as far back and urged Office of the Premier to finalize all of them, particularly those still pending from the previous directives. This must be addressed with clear timeframes and accountability mechanism. The committee has also urged the Office of the Premier to strengthen oversight on the Musina Makado Special FCZ, provides transparent update on investors' progress, an update on infrastructure development and job creation, and this was particularly important given public concern about the lack of tangible progress despite frequent reports and the observation made during the oversight visit by the Portfolio Committee. Honorable Speaker, water supply provision remain amongst the thorny issues that are still challenging the government of the day. We have seen initiatives like Inwamati Friday by municipalities, including especially Mupani District Municipality, as opposed to what our colleague was saying, which intend to curb the water shortage challenges. And we believe that indeed the problems will be attended to because they are working closely with the Office of the Premier through the establishment of water war room in some district municipalities, which are Water Services Authority. And this committee directed the Office of the Premier to prioritize water provision monitoring across districts and to present comprehensive plans with strategies and timelines to ensure consistent service delivery. Honorable Speaker, while the office reported spending of 99.1% of its 499 million budget, underspending of 4.1 million was noted with raised concern and elements of discomfort because underspending affects service delivery. This underspending trend has also been observed in the preceding financial year, pointing to structural inefficiency in budget execution. The committee questioned whether such funds are being returned to the National Revenue Funds and whether proactive strategies were in place to close the gap. Program Director, Madam Speaker, the service delivery environment was shaped by persistent structural challenges, including high level of unemployment, particularly among youth, as well as critical service delivery backlogs in sectors such as education, healthcare, housing, and infrastructure. And these challenges intensified public demand for accountability, efficiency, and responsiveness, reinforcing the office's role in driving implementation of Limpopo development plan. The overarching provincial framework is aligned with priorities such as NDP Vision 2030 and MTREF, Honorable Speaker. The Limpopo Youth Development Strategy is in place and must also accommodate the need, which means they're not in employment, education, or training, which refers to individuals aged between 34 and down, who are not engaged in any form of education, training, or employment. Nationally, need has remained alarming, but Limpopo province has a decrease of the number of the youth need. The profile of young people who are on need are from disadvantaged areas, especially rural areas where employment opportunities are limited. And joblessness, especially amongst young people, Program Director, must be addressed as a matter of agency. Program Director, As part of the recommendations from the committee, it was very clear that the clear and defined strategies, measurable outcomes, and defined timelines need to ensure that water security and manage persistent challenges water supply. And the district-based water or room must be monitored by the Office of the Premier. And the Office of the Premier must submit turnaround plan to ensure RAL, leader, and other entities achieve clean audits in the next financial year with specific intervention in road maintenance and economic development. And the governance weaknesses and inconsistent application of consequences management is worrisome. While progress was noted in some departments, many continue to delay addressing audit findings, leaving internal, external, and external recommendations unresolved. As we conclude, Honorable Dr. Speaker, the committee welcomed the 2024-2025 annual report and progress made by the Office of the Premier, especially the achievement of the clean audit outcome and significant progress across departmental performance. However, the committee emphasized that service delivery realities on the ground, including unemployment, water challenges, and gender-based violence, required urgent and sustained attention. And the committee will be closely monitoring the implementation of the outstanding resolution. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration endorsed the 2024-2025 financial year annual report. Allow me on behalf of the committee to request the House to consider and adopt the report as well. Thank you so very much.
Ra leboga Mete Ramotlola Dikeledi for opening the debate. We'll now allow Honorable Evelyn Rain Wilson to take the podium. She has got 9 minutes for the debate.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier holds the ultimate executive authority in the province. And with that authority comes the ultimate accountability. As the head of the provincial executive, the Premier is not merely a figurehead, but the central decision maker and strategic leader of the provincial government. Every major policy direction, governance framework, and service delivery program flows from the leadership of the Premier and the Executive Council they appoint and lead. The Premier's power to appoint and dismiss members of the Executive Council, MECs, underscores this responsibility. MECs act under delegated authority, but their mandate originates from and is overseen by the Premier. When governance breaks down, when service delivery fails, or when departments underperform, it is the Premier who holds both the constitutional responsibility and the political authority to intervene, to demand accountability, and to act. The Premier is also tasked with ensuring that the provincial administration is effective, transparent, and responsive. This includes aligning provincial programs with national priorities, safeguarding good governance, and driving developmental outcomes. In short, the Premier sets the tone, direction, and standard for governance in the province. For these reasons, the buck stops with the Premier. Whether the issue is poor service delivery, governance failures, or a lack of accountability in departments, the Premier cannot outsource or deflect her responsibility. The Premier must lead decisively, hold her executive accountable, and ensure that the provincial governance delivers on its constitutional obligations to the people. That is the priority. Ultimately, the Premier plays a central role in overseeing governance, service delivery, and developmental initiatives across the province, ensuring that the government action translates into tangible improvements and the lives of the people of Limpopo. Speaker, It is through this lens that the annual report of the Office of the Premier for the 2024-25 financial year must be analysed and judged. While the report generally gives us quite a positive picture, high budget utilisation and strong achievement of internal performance targets, the real question remains, has this translated into meaningful improvements for the people of Limpopo? Let's look at this through the eye of the needle. When viewed through this lens, the picture changes dramatically. Local government in Limpopo is in a fragile state and under severe strain. It faces deep and protracted governance crises characterized by political instability and weak governance, failing service delivery systems, deepening financial distress, poor oversight and accountability, and growing public frustration. In this environment, the Premier's leadership and provincial executive oversight are critical. The buck stops with the provincial leadership to ensure that municipalities are functional, accountable, and delivering on their constitutional mandate to provide basic services. LEDET is mandated to drive economic development, environmental management, and tourism promotion in Limpopo. Yet its economic development agency, leader, is riddled with malfeasance, fiscally unsustainable, and failing to deliver on its mandate. Over the past decade, Limpopo's economic growth has consistently lagged behind its population growth rate, resulting in stagnant or declining GDP per capita. The much vaunted Messina Mercado Special Economic Zone continues to flounder, mired in corruption, ineptitude, controversy, and community opposition, with LEDET playing an untenable role as both developer and environmental custodian. The turnaround of Great North Transport has also stalled. Pensioners remain betrayed despite personal assurances from the Premier. Meanwhile, our river systems face severe ecological threat as illicit sand mining spreads unchecked and farming communities live in fear as marauding zama-zamas armed with high-caliber weapons terrorize rural areas in violent turf wars. Honourable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration has a serious and important role in this House. That is to oversee the Premier and her department and ensure that not just legislation, but promises made and constitutional rights of our citizens are delivered. On Sunday, en route to Mpumalanga, I drove through Linyenya. It was chaos. Protesters had hijacked and jackknifed a huge truck across this busy road, which was extremely dangerous, had laid rocks and tires across the road and were burning them. Drivers en route were threatened with rocks and told to turn back or be hurt. Sadly and alarmingly, most of these protesters were youth. This is the very place in a town that the MEC Makoma has just told us he lived in and where people were happy. It would appear not, MEC. This is just the beginning of what is still to come. Never have people in Limpopo been so angry, thirsty, hungry, ill, jobless, and hopeless. And their fingers are pointing all at the Premier and her executive. It is little wonder that the Portfolio Committee and their recommendations have asked for very detailed reports on the dire straits of our municipalities, water infrastructure, and war rooms, with very set deadlines, which we expect the Premier to honour. Plans and strategies to stop Limpopo going into further decline are critical and must be acted upon, closely monitored, and and there must be consequences for non-compliance at every level, starting with the MECs. While we acknowledge the positive tone of the annual report of the Office of the Premier for 24-25, which is the first report that we can firmly pin on this Premier, we must remind the Premier that the buck does stop with her office. We are far from having a capable, well-governed provincial government, and we are far from realizing a better life for the future of our people in this province. We urge the Premier to please change it. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Wilson. Hey, today remember Silly Aturam, and you are very expensive. You don't compromise on your airtime. Thank you so much. We'll now allow Honorable Mapolo Lawrence. He has got 11 minutes on the debate. Honorable Mapolo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Speaker, Makuru Pecha, the Premier, MECs, honorable members, and my colleagues from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is kudu. We've got about 15 resolutions that are unresolved in this department. This is a general problem in the entire provincial government of Limpopo, across all departments. It has become a norm that the department do not resolve on previous resolutions and that nothing happens to responsible officials. The VBS still remains in the room as a big elephant, especially because it involves ANC politicians. Some of these implicated mayors are sitting with us here today. These politicians were rewarded with promotion to the legislature as members, while some of them even given chair portfolios. It's true. Honorable Speaker, the office of the Premier has drastically failed to ensure that the 3D entities are sustainable for the economy development in the province. These entities play a critical role as a catalyst for job creation. Road Agency Limpopo is at the brink of collapse and nothing has been done about it. The entity faces significant challenges, including high levels of financial irregularities, non-compliance with policies, and wasteful expenditure. Other challenges include project delays due to contract non-performance and general infrastructure backlogs. It should also be noted by this August House that the provincial administration of Limpopo is characterized by broader leadership and governance challenges, which continues to negatively impact on service delivery. Some of the most worrying service delivery challenges relate to water shortages, unemployment, inadequate ICT transformation, and insufficient consequence management across the departments be identified as recurring gaps. The persistent challenges in water provision is worrying because it has become very clear that the government does not have a new idea to address this problem. They are still stuck in the old ideas which have no bearing on the future. Honorable Speaker, another elephant in the room, which continues to haunt the current provincial administration in the 7th administration, is the Musena Makado Special Zone, which has stagnated since its conceptualization stage. Millions of rands have been injected in this mega project since its inception, but there's nothing to show for it. The government continues to pay staff salaries while there is very little progress to show on the project. There are serious public concerns about the lack of tangible progress on the project despite money being spent on this project on an annual basis. It is almost 10 years now since the inception, but nothing is happening. People are just on top for nothing. Honorable Speaker, what measures have been put in place to address underspending trend across all government departments? The recurring underspending of 4.1 million is completely unacceptable because it compromises service delivery, hence our people continue to suffer. This government is not sensitive to the service delivery needs of our people. Hence, it has become normal for them to underspend on budgets. Honorable Speaker, it is no use for the Office of the Premier to pride themselves with the overall clean audit status while departments continue to perform badly on audit outcomes. Why is the Office of the Premier not sharing best practice with other departments, especially on leadership, governance, and administrative issues? As it stands, there is a little progress on audit outcome across all other departments and entities. Can the Premier brief the House about which department retained unspent monies to the National Revenue Fund and how much money was returned per department? Honorable Speaker, what are the district-based war rooms established for if they fail to monitor and address water projects because communities continue to face severe water shortages? Unemployment remains another significant challenge in the province. Hence, the youth continue to suffer severe financial hardship and decline in mental and physical health and negative impact on self-worth, social relationship. Banna ba Limpopo ba khumaniwa kuwa khona Excelsior and Hans van Rensburg, Gausui Department of Education, mo ba spend millions and millions. Banna ba robala ka di-plastic, ba tšhaba go ya magae a bo bona, ka baka la gore mmušo wa ANC o tšere di 1+1 wa ba fa di-tendera, 1+1 ba re ke 11. Now mmušo wa ANC o fetotše banna mahlogo a malapa gore e fetoge dihobo bomme kua magaeng in the rural areas because Papa, as head of the families, they are not present to take care of their kids. But depression, but all over in our rural areas, go and make a research. You'll find out the majority of people who are struggling are women because of lack of support from their men who are found all over, picking up tins and papers so that they can go and feed their families. Now children, also those that were supposed to be benefiting out of the works of government, they are also finding themselves in the shebeens, in the taverns. They are also deep in smoking nyaupes because of the ANC government. Literally the 1+1, like Jargi 11, like the tender, so that you can come and get 10% on those areas. Now, therefore, the EFF, we are not joking. Come 2029, this side of right will become the side of left, and the side of left will become the side of right. That is not a dream. If you think our people are asleep out there, they are going to punish you forever and ever and never think that you'll ever come back. And now I'm telling you, you can answer now. But come 2029, you will never see their premier. You'll be sitting outside with the people at the chamber. This place, it will be red. It's not a dream, it's what I'm telling you. Honorable Speaker, you can say we are joking. Go outside, people are worried about you. People who are stealing people's money, you are not trusted. Currently, people are glued to Modi TV as we speak. Mukonazi must just come here. You'll see majority of you are going to run away. And now I'm saying here, let Mukonazi come and be our provincial commissioner. And you'll see, Mama, the rest, Muntate, Marapo will never be here, Honorable Marapo. This is Honorable Marapo, and I'm telling you, all of you, Honorable Marapo, you are the first to run away because you have got a bag full of something. Honorable Speaker, based on the challenges alluded to, we can safely say that the office of the Premier does not have the capacity to solve all the socio-economic challenges faced by our people on daily basis. And as I conclude, I'm going to request that on N1, we must have a permanent road block. And that road block, you must have a station commander who will be manning that if cars and buses come there, strip search. Either you must go and make study to other countries, go to Nigeria, go to Namibia, and other areas. You will find out that there's one area where you can't pass. What about people just passing here with stolen medicine? It tells you that this country is rot the ANC has failed. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I would plead with members as they debate that you must always address the speaker. Because if you address honorable members individually, they will be bound to respond and the House will go into chaos, so we don't want that. Thank you so much. Let's proceed, honorable members. Allow the chair of the committee, Honorable Pokani Maudi Johannes, to close the debate. He has got 14 minutes.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Once more, greetings to everyone present in this House. I would avoid to repeat the same greetings I've done, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration, we want to indicate that the purpose of the quarterly performance report that we are looking into is to provide information on the overall progress made on the implementation of an institution's annual performance plan on a quarterly basis. Quarterly performance reports require institutions to review their performance over 3 months, substantiate and communicate achievements, and indicate the actions that will be taken to ensure the implementation of the annual performance plan if it remains on track. Honorable Speaker, we must indicate that the Office of the Premier presented its first quarter performance report as well as the annual report for outlining against its annual plans on also identifying areas requiring urgent attention. On the first quarter, on the 25 planned output indicators for the year, 25 were measurable during the quarter under review. 19 of these were achieved, while 6 were not met, but it is not a train smash. This achievement resulted with a performance of 76%. The budget data reflects an overall allocation of 554 million distributed across 3 programs, with Program 2 receiving half of the total funds. The first quarter expenditure amounts to 109 million, which represent about 20% of the total budget. Each program shows proportionally consistent spending, with Program 1 at 24%, Program 2 at 16%, and Program 3 at 21% of their respective allocation on the quarter under consideration. This suggests, Honorable Speaker, that the Office of the Premier is able to manage its budget and it has control over its expenditure patterns without signs of overspending or underspending. Overall, Honorable Speaker, the data indicates strong fiscal discipline with expenditure aligning closely with budget projections for the rest of the year. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee commended the Office of the Premier for several positive strides made during the first quarter. Notably, the representation of women in senior management positions has reached 52%, and it has exceeded the national equity target of 50%. We should applaud this move, Honorable Speaker. This marked progress in advancing gender equity within the public service. The committee further welcomed the consistent achievement of paying all legitimate invoice of service providers within 30-day period, a practice which not only strengthens supply chain discipline, but also supports small enterprises by ensuring their liquidity and business continuity. In addition, Procurement allocation show improvement with 77% directed towards women-owned businesses and 28% towards youth-owned enterprises, contributing to inclusive economic development in the province. In this aspect, Honorable Speaker, we need to indicate that the Office of the Premier is faring quite well. Other notable achievements, including its ongoing monitoring of consequence management measures across all departments, implementation of the provincial anti-corruption strategy, and efforts to professionalize the public service. These actions demonstrate the office's commitment to promoting accountability, integrity, and ethical leadership within the provincial administration. Honorable Speaker, we must indicate that there is this silence about corruption in the province. That is a clear indication of the leadership that is provided by the Office of the Premier. Honorable Speaker, I must also indicate that the Office of the Premier has gone further to ensure that key executive leadership positions were filled and that they constantly monitor internal controls. We must indicate that the AG hasn't got a lot to say about the Office of the Premier because there is a lot more, there is a lot of improvements on that aspect. The Office of the Premier has ensured that they deal with there is consistent monitoring of the Risk Management Committee and Audit Steering Committee, which have been operating quite effectively throughout the year. There was zero tolerance to fraud and corruption. The Office of the Premier fostered high-performance culture, building staff capacity, ethical leadership, and compliance with regulatory framework. There were significant strides also on digital transformation, including electronic recruitment system, automation, and improving turnaround time of recruitment. On gender equity with regard to recruitment, there is a total of 52% women who are occupying SMT positions and 2.96% of the positions which are occupied by people living with disabilities. Despite having made some achievements, Honorable Speaker, we need to indicate that the committee has also observed some challenges in terms of procurement directed towards persons with disabilities. The committee also expressed concern over the persistent weaknesses that undermines the effectiveness of governance. While progress has been registered on women and youth empowerment, the consistent underperformance in this category suggests that structural barriers continue to prevent equitable access to procurement opportunities. And on this aspect, we call upon the Office of the Premier to ensure that they go all out to address this matter with regard to how do they ensure that the people living with disabilities are able to access procurement opportunities. Honorable Speaker, we also must indicate that another area of concern, of course, it's the progress that was recorded in terms of internal audit, the implementation of internal audit recommendations, which is 67%, as well as the implementation of external audit recommendation, which is 83%. We are saying as the committee that there should be enough work done on this aspect so that there is a prevention of audit regression in the future. The Office of the Premier must bear in mind that weaknesses in this area could compromise accountability and erode public confidence in governance. Honorable Speaker, other challenges include the slow implementation of consequence management across several departments and delays in filling senior posts, which are likely to hinder leadership stability. Furthermore, there are also a challenge in terms of ICT transformation, which has seen a slow implementation or a delayed implementation, which could be ascribed to the unavailability of skilled personnel. Honorable Speaker, the committee welcomed the overall clean audit status of the Office of the Premier. We furthermore indicate that we appreciate that there are, in the province, there are 5 departments that has achieved clean audits, with 7 having achieved unqualified audit opinion. We are saying that the departments should be able to emulate the Office of the Premier and other departments, much more the Office of the Premier, Treasury, and the Department of Sports, which have maintained their clean audit opinion. We must also applaud other departments that have improved in terms of their audit opinion. Honorable Speaker, we must also indicate that we are a bit concerned, of course, that with regard to the provincial entities, only Limpopo Tourism Agency has managed to secure a clean audit. A lot of work still needs to be done on this aspect. Honorable Speaker, allow me to quote one of our own, Dr. Selan, Honorable Selan. He penned down an opinion piece around the AXA outcomes. I quote, "The audit outcomes are more than just financial compliance reports, but they are an indication of how effectively public resources are managed. The clean audit recorded by key departments demonstrates that resources are being properly accounted for, internal controls are functioning, and leadership accountability is improving." So you can't expect excellence without the improvement in terms of audit outcomes. So we are expecting that the Office of the Premier should work very hard in ensuring that all other departments also must secure the clean audit. It's possible. Honorable Speaker, we must also highlight the fact that we are worried about the Department of Health, Department of Coxstar, which have maintained unqualified audit outcome. They have been consistent there. There must be movement. There must be movement in terms of the audit outcome so that they are able to get qualified. These are the first departments that the Office of the Premier must ensure that in this financial year, they get clean audits. Honorable Speaker, we must indicate that there is a general improvement in the performance of the entirety of the provincial government, and that is clear and visible to every one of us. That is why, with what Honorable Mapone has indicated to say that they will be replacing the ANC this side and coming this side, will remain a pipe dream. It will never happen. We also must indicate, Honorable Speaker, that we will be excited and we will celebrate when the Office of the Premier has gone all out, mobilize every resources in the province to ensure that there is an improvement with regard to the audit outcomes of municipalities. It cannot be that our municipalities, we only have got 2 municipalities with a clean audit opinion. It can't be correct. We direct the Office of the Premier to ensure that they work as hard as possible, taking into account, incorporating the Coxstar as well as the Provincial Treasury, in ensuring that there is that improvement in that respect, because that cannot be allowed to continue as it is. Honorable Speaker, we must also highlight that there are challenges of GBV in the province, which the Office of the Premier must be seen to be leading in ensuring that they are completely obliterated out of the face of this province. We cannot allow a situation in which our young people, our women are attacked left, right, and center. It cannot be correct. We should also, Honorable Speaker, indicate that we will be celebrating only when, at the time when the Office of the Premier is able to ensure that municipalities are able to provide water to our people. This remains a consistent problem in the province, and we acknowledge and applaud the strategies that the Office of the Premier is employing in ensuring that they assist municipalities to improve on that aspect. Honorable Speaker, I thank you. I move for the adoption of this report as the report of this August House. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, Honorable Pokani Maudu. Honorable Premier, normally when it was this debate, we were going to be given 3 minutes to respond. But we are now saying, please note that we will take another debate, and after that debate, you will be allowed 6 minutes because it will be 2, so that you are able to respond on both at the same time. We'll now go to 7.3, which is the adoption of the following report of the Standing Committee on Quality of Life, Status of Women, Youth, and People with Disability. The committee chair, Mem Atlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. She's the chair of the committee. She will be presenting the 2025-2026 first quarter performance report on special programs. Over to you, Ma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makrupeji, and let me also greet our Deputy Speaker. Greetings again to our Honorable Premier, our Honorable Chief Whip and his Deputy, and the Whippery, Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable members, members of Executive Council, and also our guests in the gallery. Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela, rise and happily ask that this August House consider and adopt 2025-2026 first quarter performance report on special program on quality of life, status of women, youth, and people with disability. I so move.
Second of the report, Honorable Shai.
Thank you very much, Dr. Speaker. I rise to second the consideration and adoption for 2025-26 first quarter performance report on special programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shai. Honorable Chair, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise in this respected House for it to consider and adopt 2025 Provincial Women's Parliament, which was held on the 28th of August, 2025. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chair. Can we get the seconder? Honorable Honorable Mabocha. Okay, Honorable Mabocha.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise to second the consideration and adoption of the 2025 Provincial Women's Parliament.
Okay, you are allowed to take your seat, and will now refer to the speaker's list. In terms of the speaker's list, the honorable member that is opening the debate, it's Honorable Leswafu Joshua Matlou. He has got 14 minutes to open the debate.
Dialogue, Speaker Aka Yesu, Dr. Makoma Makrubeji, Usesiam Kadi, Gi Lumelisa Babe, Mutaja Speaker, Medrebo Mamrovela, Murewa Yesu, Giwe Lumelise, Drona Kolo, Ya Provincial Yesu, Dr. Popira Machuva, Giwe Lumelise, Leader of Government Business, Tate Baskop Makamu, Chief Whip, Tate Mkonyana, Mutaja Chief Whip, Tate Munama, Mudulas Dulo, Tate Mkoni, Mutaja Mudulas Dulo, Tate Ngoweni,
o ipare ka bophara le bopepeta yona e bo mowe ke a boya ke dumedisa beape moetapele wa mokgato wa kganetšo yo e be e le mmehara wa peleng wa polokwane ebile mmehara wa peleng wa Capricorn District Municipality ntate Lawrence Mapoulo ke boya ke dumedise a beape le baetapele ba di-political party tše dingwe go ona mo ke boya ke dumedise Mashankudu Dr. Make e le yena moetapele wa ba šoma ka mo legislature mo le bašomisani bawe ke tšee le madume a magologolo go batho ba le bantšhakatša ba le ke ba theletša ga matšatši ba le ba bao ka dipolelo tše di fapana ba re ke ba handset ke leboa ka matamošomo mogolo bao diago speakera na se re thakane mowe re dula apa kudu ka taba tše e le gore ofisi ya tonakgolo ya yesu ya diya kudu re naka kwa committing ya borena e re bitša gantšintši gore ke committee on quality of life status of women youth and people with disability and I take this platform to continue to remind us that transformation is not only an event but a journey that requires collective effort, courage, and also empathy to traverse. Our oversight responsibility has revealed progress in advancing gender equity, yet the journey towards genuine gender both in representation and lived experience is far from complete. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak not only about the empowerment of women, but about the essential role of men in achieving that empowerment, especially within this particular hall of this particular August House. Honorable Speaker, on the 28th of August this year, the House hosted a very important special gathering, Women's Parliament, a platform which women from different stakeholders and also women and female formation in general has gathered in this house to voice out their stand in society and to command their position within the community. Men in this house must become allies in action, advocating for policies that uplift women, monitoring young female leaders, and challenging structures that continue to silence women's voice in decision-making spaces. True leadership is not about speaking for women, it's also about creating a platform where women act, where women can speak for themselves. Madam Speaker, the chairperson of the Political Committee on Public Administration has said a mouthful in terms of the achievement that the Office of the Premier has done in relation to empowering women, sitting at around 52%, and I can't continue on repeating on that. But our committee report highlights that 50% empowerment equity target for women in senior management was the backdrop of the Premier's office, and that statistic is not just a number in its reflection of opportunities that are still locked behind closed doors for women. For us to achieve 50% is a milestone, but for us to get more than 50% is a blessing. Male leaders, particularly those in executive and oversight roles, must use their position to unlock these particular doors, to ensure that when recruitment is made, the intentionally open pathways for qualified women, not as a box-ticking exercise, but as a recognition of women's rights, rightful place as decision makers in table. Like Charlotte Mateke, Wagamanye Mutoko wa Yesu, as she has achieved in those particular years, 154 years ago, when she achieved the old BSc degree, and as the first black woman to achieve that degree in the Republic of South Africa. We should also make sure that women of quality and caliber are given responsibilities in government. The report supports ECD centers and its achievement at the target of 4,004 registered centers is noted and also appreciated. 2 centers could not be funded in the first quarter due to closing shop in Mupani West and also Skukuni East, pending court orders. Most of the ECDW centers cannot be supported on on a quarterly basis because of insufficient number of social workers against the number of ECW centers. Hence, some centers do not comply with norms and standards. We hope, Honorable Premier, that in the near future, the existing collaboration of departments through your intergovernmental relation framework, as propelled by your office, will yield positively to make sure that these challenges are realized. Honorable Speaker, Limpopo Youth Development Strategy seek to amongst other capacitate young people, youth development, and also develop young people's machinery in the provincial sector, department, district, and also municipalities. The Limpopo Youth Fund is assessed 242 applications and eligible for funding in the second phase of Limpopo Youth Fund. The Youth Directorate further mobilized the private sector companies to assist in providing opportunities for unemployed youth. The total number of 1,807 unemployed youth have been linked to job opportunities, and 6 private companies engaged to offer job opportunities for youth. Government departments are also required to provide at least 40% procurement opportunities for the young people. The Directorate identified capacity challenges within various departments regarding providing those opportunities of procurement opportunities for young people. The Limpopo Youth Development Strategy seeks to create 60,000 jobs for the youth in the province through business capacity programs. Honorable Speaker, social cohesion and health awareness campaigns were implemented in Q3, 9 social cohesion dialogues, and also 1 health awareness against a total of 5 targets. Military Veterans Act 2021, 2011 places an obligation for the state to roll out the following proposed services and benefit to the military veterans and their dependents. 1, compensation, military veteran pension, housing, free access to military health services, free and also subsidized access to public transport, skill acquisition and educational support, job placement, burial support, entrepreneur support services, and also counseling. And the Office of the Premier implemented 7 services in line with the program of action in Q3 as follows. 1, 4 military veterans assisted to be transported to 1 military hospital and also the Department of Military Veterans. 356 military veterans houses approved, Honorable Makamu, and 209 MV accessed those particular houses. Facilitated and also coordinated military veterans annual general meeting, held weekly meetings discussing matters affecting military veterans for implementation. Military Veterans Annual Program Development and also approval by the Office of the Director General. Facilitated and also coordinated military veterans transport for bereavement support. Honorable Speaker, the fight against gender-based violence cannot be won if men remain silent. The report reminds us that the implementation of the National Strategy Plan on GBV requires urgent strengthening, and also this is where male parliamentarians must play a visible role. Men must be champions of accountability, ensuring GBV policies are not only passed, but also funded, implemented, and also monitored. Madam Speaker, the future we dream of, a South Africa that is safe, fair, and equal, cannot be achieved by women alone. Men must also contribute. Madam Speaker, as I stand here in support of the first quarter report of the Committee of Quality of Life, Status of Women, Youth and People with Disability, and Women's Parliament report to be adopted as a report of this August House.
Will now proceed to the Honorable. You must tell me whether you are Maria or you are Marie, Honorable Helm. You must tell us. I don't know whether you are Maria. Somewhere we write you Maria. Maria is the correct one. Okay. We must correct it because I saw somewhere it's actually Maria. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Our Premier of... Thank you, Speaker. Our Premier present today in the House, our MECs, members, and our guests. Speaker, may I take this opportunity to congratulate the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Premier and our committee with a very successful Women's Parliament. You have done our province proud. The Standing Committee on Quality of Life, Status of Women, Youth, Children and Persons with Disability is mandated to conduct oversight over matters that directly affect the quality of life and well-being of vulnerable people, vulnerable groups within our province and our country, but for us, especially in Limpopo. The committee members must interrogate the performance of the Office of the Premier in monitoring transversal programs on gender equity, youth empowerment, disability rights, and children's welfare. These include employment equity, economic empowerment, gender-based violence prevention, youth development, and support for persons with disabilities. The scope of this committee is not to exclusively focus on employment in the provincial departments. Speaker, we need to bring the work of this committee in line with its intention. Employment equity is only one of the areas of performance. We need to speak to teenage pregnancies, rape, and convictions of those who abuse our young women. The Department of Health must annually publish a list of all teenage pregnancies in Limpopo per district and per municipal areas. The Department of Transport and Community Services Safety must open cases of rape against all those that raped young women. The Department of Transport and Community Safety must use the Court Watch program to monitor the court process and convictions in each case and report to the committee. You have to get practical in these matters. The Department of Education must follow up on these young women and must make sure that they complete their school education. We need to be mindful of the legislative framework in which we live and in which we must do our oversight. And the first one is the Children's Act of 2005. The other one is the Criminal Law Amendment Act 2007. We have to be sure that we understand the legislative framework and that we must handle accordingly. The committee must monitor the creation of an enabling environment by all the departments. One committee cannot make a dramatic change. We can't. But if we monitor the creation of an enabling environment, and each department must play its role, experience opportunities for women is necessary. And let us remind ourselves that you cannot go and ask for a job after school if you do not have any experience. Very few people will give you a chance. So we must find a way to allow businesses to provide experience in the workplace for young people and resolve to put in place a similar system as the Extended Public Works Program and similar what happened in schools, but also in private business, and assist the businesses to make it possible. Young people must be trained to start and operate their own businesses. And I see, and I'm very encouraged when I go through the areas where we work and where we do our oversight, how many small businesses are actually there and how many young people are taking part in it. And young people are especially good at these technologies, you know, Wi-Fi and internet and whatever. And they are really brilliant at it. Maybe we must support them in that. The Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure must ensure that roads are in such a condition that all vulnerable groups can use roads to empower themselves. Bad roads destroy dreams. We must encourage the department to focus on its mandate. The latest in technology must be used to open opportunity for young people, and they are so good at actually using technology. It is therefore unacceptable that Wi-Fi and all other technology and other resources are not used in all schools and also social spaces. Gender-based violence is one of the biggest problems women face in Limpopo. Yet the committee does not regularly request information from the SAPS. This committee must be proactive, plan and resource safe houses for victims of gender-based violence. Specific programs must be put in place to resource the victim empowerment rooms at all police stations and at hospitals. Victim empowerment volunteers must be incorporated in the CPF system. Training for volunteers is needed. Monthly reports must be completed. Speaker, my hope is that this valuable committee will take up the challenge to fulfill its mandate to assist in the creation of an enabling environment for vulnerable people in our province, especially in the light of the constant increase in joblessness and unemployment. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Maria Helm. We'll now allow Honorable Mogaliad. Honorable Mogaliad is taking over the debate. Over to you, ma'am. You have got 11 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, the Leader of the Official Opposition, Commissar Lawrence Mapole. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is concerned over the recurring underperformance, lack of consequence management, and failure to achieve equity and procurement targets for vulnerable groups. It has become very clear to us that these vulnerable groups are on their own. They should not expect any concrete and tangible intervention from this government, except that they continue to be marginalized and undermined. We find it very difficult to understand why equity and procurement targets for the vulnerable groups are not met. It is our view that these groups, amongst others, must also benefit from the mainstream economy to close the gap which continues to persist despite public outcry. Honorable Speaker, is there any logical reason why departments failed to achieve employment equity targets for women, youth, and people living with disabilities? We put it to you that the reason why these anomalies continue to exist is because there is no consequence management in the current administration, and therefore officials continue to do as they wish with impunity. The EFF is disappointed that procurement allocations for the designated groups such as women, youth, persons with disability, and military veterans fell below required threshold during the period under review. There is clearly no political will to close the inequality gap in favor of the vulnerable groups in society, hence they continue to be marginalized. Can we get the breakdown of the 98 youth enterprise prices who benefited from the 4.8 million allocated by the Limpopo Youth Development Fund? Government youth empowerment programs should benefit all youth of the province, not only ANC-allied youth. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is disappointed that 142 qualifying enterprises could not be funded. And the reason given is resource constraints. Again, this is a clear indication of an attempt by the government to suffocate youth-owned business enterprises due to lack of support. Why does this government continue to fail the targets they set themselves? And what happens to the budget allocated to the targets set since they were not achieved? Honorable Speaker, the ECD sector continues to be inflicted by all sorts of challenges such as land dispute, closures, and a shortage of social workers. Does the department have the concrete and tangible plan to resolve such challenges? If not, why not? Can we get the budget allocated for ECD practitioners for the period under review and the plan to improve their working conditions? How much budget has been set aside to hire additional social workers in the ECD centers to increase capacity and to address the social challenges our children continue to face on a daily basis because lack of such professionals undermine support to ECD centers? Honorable Speaker, can we get the breakdown on where the social programs on gender-based violence and femicide were implemented and in which specific area? Honorable Speaker, military veterans are not only those coming from the ANC because we have many military veterans from other liberation movements such as PAC and AZAPO. Can we get a detailed report on how many military veterans were supported in terms of healthcare, transport, and housing? And from which liberation movement were these military veterans belonging to? The database of the Department on Military Veterans should not consist of veterans from should consist of veterans from all liberation movements, not only from the ANC, because as it stands, the ANC military veterans benefit from the government while others continue to suffer while they fought for the liberation of this country. Why do you have backlogs in provisions of laptop devices for persons living with disabilities? This transgression exonerates us on our long-held view that this government has no place for people living with disability in terms of support and general improvement of their livelihoods. The UTP has drastically failed to enforce accountability, especially on matters of equality and procurement target. If the Premier, who is the #1 citizens in the province, fails to protect the vulnerable groups, then where should they run to? We should agree in this House that there is generally an absence of consequence management in the provincial administration led by Dr. Poppy Ramathuba. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is worried that the Tutuzela centers, which should provide integrated services for the survivors of gender-based violence, including medical care, counseling, and legal assistance, does not get support from the government. In essence, and on the contrary, victims should be enjoying a safe, supportive, and dignified environment with multidisciplinary team of provincials, but this can only happen if you have a visionary leadership at the helm of the department. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. I'm proud of this committee. All of you saved me minutes. Will now allow me, Matlodi Caroline Mantata Masela to close the debate. Honorable Chair of the committee, you have got 14 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Me, Dr. Makoma Makrupeji. Also greetings to the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Yoilurinki Metebu Mamrovela, and greetings to Me, Dr. Poppy Ramathuba, the Premier of this province, Singowe, Poppy Muchena. Leader of government business, Tatana Makamu, and Chief Whip of the Majority Party and his deputy, Honorable Esop Mukhonyana and Rogers Munama, and Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mukoni and his deputy, Honorable Peter, Leader of Opposition Ntate Mapoulo, House of Traditional Leaders, members of the Provincial Legislature, MPLs, and I've been told that today we have 13 former mayors who are MPLs today. Honorable Bella told me that there are 13 mayors, former mayors here today, which means that the ANC is weakening, and then it's going. And members of the Executive Council, the MECs, guests in the gallery, and our officials who are here with us, ladies and gentlemen, let me first commend the Office of the Premier for encouraging or for the encouragement of making sure that women, youth, and people with disability in this province are taken care of. Let me also appreciate all the robust inputs made by the honorable members on the 2025-2026 first quarter report and the Women's Parliament on the Portfolio Committee of Quality of Life, Status of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities. All the inputs were quite enriching and developmental. The ANC manifesto on the quality of life, status of women, youth, and people living with disabilities emphasizes improving the quality of life for all citizens through programs that benefits vulnerable groups like women, people with disabilities, and children. ANC pledged to combat gender inequality and patriarchy, strengthen protections against violence, and ensure infrastructure development addresses the specific needs of women and people with disabilities. Madam Speaker, the Limpopo Legislature on the 28th of August 2025 held the Provincial Women Parliament in Capricorn District, Lepelle-Nkumpi Municipality at the Limpopo Legislature Chamber. The Women's Parliament recognizes the important role that the legislature can play to promote gender equality. Limpopo Legislature is the institution with the legitimacy and authority to resolve in a peaceful what may appear to be irreconcilable differences. Legislature has this authority because it presents the diverse interests of the public and because the representatives are elected through a democratic process. We recognize the effort women have made towards achieving gender equality in South Africa. The Freedom Charter explicitly addresses the creation of an equal society, and this is also supported in the Women's Charter. The theme for this year's Women Parliament was building resilient economies for all women. 431 women from different stakeholders and women's formations participated and debated on different themes and topics, and they have made a positive contribution on that special setting, surpassing the recent 26 representatives of Youth Parliament representing their respective formations and were able to make their voice heard through dynamic and vibrant debates on the topics that were provided. Political parties in the Limpopo Legislature also had their presentations, which includes the ANC Youth League, MK Party, FF+, DA, UAT, and the EFF. In addition, Madam Speaker, to ensure broader inclusivity, the Women's Parliament drew on representation from various social formations such as the NAPWA, LGBTQIA+ community, Council for the Blind, NICRO, SANAP, faith-based organization, Women of His Power, Young Women Desk, Tsonga Basadi, Black Management Forum, Malaika Media, DPSA, Limpopo Business Forum, and Shine, Motivational, Africa Break, Tabamchi, Youth Professionals, Tsepo Temba, Multipurpose, The Silence, His Presence Foundation, SABC, and DEF South Africa, including members of this portfolio committee. The contribution made by this organization and participants was extremely phenomenal. Madam Speaker, on the Women's Parliament, the committee has made the following recommendations after having noted the deliberations and submissions by the participants during these special sittings of Women's Parliament. That there must be a provision of early stage education in areas of coding, robotics, and AI to high school girls to encourage them to pursue STEM careers and further target unemployed and underemployed women to provide them with the certificate needed to take careers by relevant provincial departments and private sector from the commencement of the 2026 academic year. That there should be a continuous support for women-led business through business incubator and mentorship program, helping them overcome the challenges of access to funding and business development by relevant provincial departments with progress reporting being submitted by the end of 2025-2026 third quarter, third quarter, to promote positive narratives and emphasizing the need to shift cultural narratives and normalize women's presence in all tech roles and ensuring their accommodation at work environment, and by the end of 2025-2026 third quarter. To ensure that there is adoption of data-driven policy making underpinned by collection and analysis of digital data, which take into account local cultures and languages to inform evidence-based policy making and help prevent the misrepresentation of marginalized groups, including women, on an ongoing basis. To also encourage government to initiate policy dialogue, forums targeting women to access various products and services that can assist women to start and grow their own businesses on an ongoing basis. The Standing Committee on Quality of Life, Status of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities commends again the Office of the Premier for its continued coordination of special programs dedicated to young people in the province. The committee will ensure and monitor that these resolutions and previous are fully implemented. Madam Speaker, on the first quarter report, the Standing Committee on Quality of Life, Status of Women, Youth, and People with Disability would verify if the planned activities of the quarter have been realized by conducting oversight on the Office of the Premier on Special Programs. The Limpopo government has developed a set of targets that addresses the appointment of women in senior management, employment of persons living with disability in all levels, creation of employment and economic opportunities for youth, as well as economic empowerment for the military veterans through procurement and capacity building. On compliances by provincial department, let me say that we will be happy as the committee that all the departments complies with this 7% target concerning the disabled persons. So we must, the Office of the Premier must make it a point that all the departments do comply with this 7%, Honorable Premier. When it comes to procuring from companies of the designated groups, it's also a special target that should be achieved by each department within the province. And the total of 40% of procurement budget should be awarded to women with the same percentage, to 30% to youth, and the 7% should be awarded, as I've already indicated, to the persons with disabilities, whereas 5% should be awarded to military veterans. Allow me to also note the youth funding ECD center support, the reduction of absenteeisms of girls at schools, Q3 birth registration, Limpopo Youth Development Strategy, older people and gender-based violence program, Department of Health support for people with disability and military veterans. Honorable Speaker, the Q1 report gave a glimpse of how program targets throughout the department across the province were implemented to continue to bridge the gap between the non-designated and designated people. Compliance with prescripts of the employment equity and broad-based black employment equity must be adhered to. As I close, I want to quote Martin Luther King Jr. when he said, I opened the quote, everybody can be great because anybody can serve. You don't have to have a college degree to serve, but you only need a heart full of grace and a soul generated by love. Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? I close quote. Madam Speaker, we support the first quarter report on of the Committee of Quality of Life, Status of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, and the Women's Parliament report be adopted as report of this august House. I so move and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. While I'm requesting the Honorable the Premier, Dr. Popira Matuba, to come and do the response, at the same time when she's coming to the podium, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mamrobela, will be coming to the podium because after this debate, there's a debate that I need to sit down and account myself as well. So I think the same process. The Premier, you can wait a bit while she's coming so that, yeah, just a minute. I hope that they're going to assist us quickly.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker. Okay. No, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to draw your attention on one point, more especially 106 of the standing rules and orders. That I heard you saying that you are giving the Honorable Premier 6 minutes. And in terms of the standing orders, it says that the Premier and the member in charge of the business before the House are not restricted in regard to the length of time that they may speak. Thank you.
Okay, you know, the issue that is the Chief Whip is not in the House. And we always guided by the programming committee. Can we suggest that we refer the matter back to the program committee to go and relook at it? Because when they've made a decision, it might be looking like we are saying to the Premier, even if she might go beyond 6 minutes now, but she must be considerate that there was a decision of the programming committee. So the program committee will be requested to go back and relook at the matter. Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Whip.
Speaker.
Include.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the House. We shall now continue with the order paper, business of the day. MEC Maseko, there's an order.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm just rising here to deal with the matter that was raised by the Deputy Chief Whip. And I think we need to stick to the rules. There is no programming committee that can overrule the rules of the legislature. Whether the Chief Whip was here or not, the Chief Whip can't overrule the rules of the legislature. So can we please stick to the rules? Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maseko. I was going to deal with the matter that there is no committee that can overrule the rules of the House. So I think maybe the Speaker, when she said the Deputy Speaker is coming to finish the matter, so I think we cannot debate the rules, honorable members. And I think the Deputy Chief Whip was in order. So we may now welcome the Premier, Dr. Popira Matuba, to come and do the response.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Deputy Chief Whip and the entire whippery. Our leader of government business, the honorable members of the Executive Council, the honorable chair of chairs and the deputy chair of chairs, honorable members of portfolio committees, and also honorable members of the House, the leadership, honorable members of the opposition party, and all members of this august House. Let me appreciate this opportunity that have been given to can be able to respond to some of the issues that have been raised. Because indeed, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I find it necessary to address some of the ongoing sentiments amongst us regarding the purported stagnation in the progress of the office of the Premier. It seems that certain members remain tethered to those outdated perspectives, clinging to the narratives that from last year's speeches, and of course failing to recognize the substantial strides that the 7th administration has made since then. Maybe let me also start by reminding all of you that when we say change is upon us, we really mean that change is upon us. So Honorable Wilson and Honorable Mapolo, if you insist on viewing our developments through a narrow lens, you risk being left behind while the people we serve continue to move forward, as evidenced by recent results, as our leader of government business has indicated. When we go from one by-election after another, people continuously show confidence in our ruling party, which is the African National Congress, because they know the work that we are currently doing. Honorable Wilson, when you claim that there has been no change in our contribution to the GDP, I must refer you to the article of the 11th October, which has been written by a certain Luke Fraser. The heading on business tech, not Daily Sun. Not that Daily Sun writes anything wrong, but I'm just saying it's not a tabloid, it's a paper focusing on issues of business. When they say, the headline says, the one province in South Africa showing the best economic growth. I must emphasize that from that article, which outlined the recent findings from the Statistics South Africa, Limpopo's GDP growth has indeed outperformed all other provinces in South Africa at 0.9%. We are, honorable members, surpassing the Western Cape, the Gauteng, and many others. This is an indicative of the progress we are currently making. We must not allow grandstanding and rhetoric to blind us to the realities of our successes as the provincial government. As a province, we have not shied away from our challenges, like our responses to the GNT, and we remain firmly committed to finding solutions and providing reliable transport for our citizens. And if I am to go back to the issues that you have raised regarding GNT pension funds, this has been a pain to the 7th administration. Let me remind you that as early as October, after we've been sworn in, we met with the representative, they call themselves Make It Happen Foundation, Mehafu, with the leader called Mr. Maheri Masindi. And from that meeting, we went on and take through all the forensic report, investigation that were done previously, because it's not like we were the first one to stop resolving the issues. Even the previous administration, the former MECs for economic development were attending to this matter. That is why, if you look at the files that were there, 787 claims were processed by the liquidator during the 2022 to 2024 financial years. And out of those, there were 376 files that were handed over to Fed Group. Of those, we found more to 14 that were again also handed over this year. We have been able to discover that 162 files are outstanding and they are unclaimed. And hence, in our interministerial task team, we have requested on numerous occasions, Mr. Masindi, because he said he's got the list of this 162, to say, give us the list so that we can give to our actuaries. We've even appointed actuaries to can assist because we can't get records of these people that are being mentioned. Unfortunately, Mr. Masindi keep on holding the files and refuse to even hand over to the actuaries, and their term is coming to an end come the end of October. And when we questioned why, he told us government owes him and those pensioners 500 million. Therefore, the Premier of this province, together with her administration as Executive Council, we must authorize 500 million to be deposited into the account of Mihafo. So is that what the honorable members are saying we are failing to do? Because they sit, when they are sitting there and sleeping there at the Premier's office, I've seen opposition party grandstanding without even understanding. Are you saying this august house, honorable members, must approve to say EXCO give 500 million to this individual who said he knows these people, he knows what we are owing them, he will distribute to them? I will never do that. And for the sake of the people of this province, I will never do that. He can mobilize and mobilize. They will sleep there in the office. We are not going to be blackmailed. We are not going to be threatened. Actually, I told them that one day, one of the elderly people who are sleeping there will die at night, and he will have to face us. We will have to make sure that he pay for the life that can be lost because he's mobilizing people lying. Give us the people that are being owed, we will process that. So, honorable members, we are not a heartless government. We are a government that cares. So, regarding the administration of state-owned entities, such as RAL, we are diligently holding them accountable. They are in our process, ensuring that they deliver as expected. So accountability, indeed, Honorable Wilson, I agree with you. Accountability lies with the Office of the Premier. But also let me remind you that government also functions as a collective. And our unprecedented achievement of the 10 unqualified audit opinion in a single year, it's a proof of this collective responsibility of something that has never happened or seen in the history by this legislature. Because from those 10, remember there's 5 of those departments with no single matter of emphasis. So that is what we are appreciating to say. We have heard you last year when you say, Honorable Mapolo, the Office of the Premier cannot be celebrating a clean audit when the same is not happening to education. I'm not sure when last did you hear Education Department getting an unqualified audit opinion. Under our leadership, we did achieve that. And we are a province on the move. We continue to improve matric results. We gave you 85%. This next year, our kids has promised us to say we are even going to improve even to much more. The only thing that we know is to improve as the provincial government. We don't know any language, but what we know, the language is that let's improve for the better of our people. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are also engaged in the battle against under-expenditure. And I'm proud to say that we, as the Office of the Premier, have accounted to over 99% of our expenditure in the year under reviewed. And all the other departments, there's no single department that has spent, if I remember, below 95%. All our departments have been able to spend within the acceptable norm. Of course, in certain areas there where improvement it's required, we are working on it because the only language that we know is the language of improvement. We should not overlook the ongoing challenges that we are facing, particularly regarding the unemployment rate. Hence, the upcoming investment conference, which we have invited even honorable members, will be one of those strategic initiatives that we launch to stimulate economic growth and create job opportunities for our constituents. And this year, we are going to do things differently. We will also be showcasing that from the 120 billion commitments that were made last year, which projects have already been implemented and how many jobs have been created. Of course, the 20,000 plus jobs that have been created can't be celebrated because on a daily basis, there are other industries that are closing down, resulting into job losses. Therefore, when you try to improve on this side, on the other side, you are losing out. Hence, our focus is to say we need to look into sustainability, focusing on the industry that has proven to us in our province, whether it's mining, whether it's tourism, and also agriculture, because these are the three sectors that has made us to say we are not capitalizing enough. If you look at the statistics, how we manage to be improving into 0.9% GDP, it's mainly on financial, especially the real estate. We underestimate the work, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, the work that Risima has done and is doing in our province. Because when Risima started with its vision to fund public servants, to can build your house in Hankidikitlan, wherein the commercial banks will refuse to fund such houses. People did not understand the dream that the ANC-led government came up to say, let's have this particular institution which will be able to fund public servants to build their big houses. Now, if you drive all over, whether it's in Kukune, whether you go to Twendo, you'll find double stories in the villages. That is why banks, now they are starting to say, oh, it is possible to can fund a house in a rural area. What does it do? It then makes our properties, even in our village, to be having their value to be very high. And their values are increasing, Honorable Mabucha, in your language. The values of the property in a village in Limpopo compared to a village in another province, it's not the same. And now banks are going to be now funding. So people can build their houses. You don't have to stay in a Randavel, in a village, and stay in a townhouse in Polokwane. You can build a house in a village. So that is the progress that we want to see happening, to say our rural province must change the face and we must urbanize every single corner in our province. So that is the good work that we are saying we are doing as the ANC-led government. So I think we need to stand up together in the issue of fighting gender-based violence, because this issue transcends across all the political lines. It affects all of us. All of us sitting here, we are at pain. Some cases are not being reported. Some cases are being reported. So we need to work as the House, as this August House, to make sure that we curb this scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. So, Honorable Speaker, the issues that are being raised, whether to say, what are we doing
about the VBS, we are promoting them to be in this house. I want to remind this house and all political parties to show me a political party in this country which, when somebody is accused or is charged, it's charged by the law enforcement agency, it's requested to step aside if it's not the African National Congress. Now, people come here when they know in their own organizations, people wake up in the morning from work, from a political position to go to appear in court. It is only in the ANC that you don't do that. Therefore, you can't come here and say, Premier, why do you appoint so and so because there was a rumor of an allegation? So it means when I want to deal with somebody politically, I will just initiate a rumor and get a journalist to write a story and write about that so that that person it's not able to reach their potential in terms of their political career. I am not going to do that as a premier of this province. Show me anyone who's charged in my executive council, then I will ask that person and I will recall them to step aside. But if there is no such, allow my 10 MEC to continue with the good work and remain focused of delivering services to the people of their province. The people who voted them and gave them over 70% because they've got confidence in them. As I conclude here, I want to implore all honorable members to recognize the substantial developments that have taken place in the Limpopo over the past years. And also remind honorable members that when we say military veterans, we are only focusing on those who are aligned to the ANC or to the Umkhonto weSizwe. You are wrong. You are wrong because personally, not so long ago, I was in Feyobuom. In Feyobuom, where Mr. Rapararani Matamera Misha, a former Azanla, I personally handed over a house to him and his wife, built by our military veterans through our Department of Human Settlement, Coxter there. So that is not correct to come and mislead the people of this province that we are only focusing on one. There's another one, Mr. Manganyi Mukachani George. Equally in July, we handed over a house to him. He's not coming from the African National Congress, or he's not coming from the Umkhonto weSizwe. He's not a member of Umkhonto weSizwe Liberation War veterans. He is a former soldier who was part of APLA and Azanla and all the other military wings of all different political parties. And when we talk about the women, that we are not attending to them and people with disability, I can tell you that through the African National Congress, this August House is led by a speaker who is a woman, a deputy speaker who is a woman, a premier who is a woman. But despite that, we still had 5 MECs being women. And this out of the 10. Despite that, all our 10, out of all the 10 HODs that we've appointed, 5 of them are women. And we are not compromising on that. But not just women, women with capacity. Because we can't just celebrate the gender with no brains. These are women with capacity, women with potential, who can take the men head on. It's a fact. I see even the men coming from my organization are a bit worried. But that is the fact, and the fact is a fact. So honorable members, with the people with disability, the 7th administration does not sleep. Just a few hours ago, the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture, jointly with the MEC for Health, we saw them leading a massive white cane walk, handing over a number of assistive devices to assist people with disability, including those with visual impairment. So we are prioritizing, whether it's wheelchairs, whenever we always make sure that we are attending. And even in this August House, we make sure that people with disability, with capacity, are sitting and are honorable members. And we can't see the same on the other side. But people want to come and preach to us who knows exactly what needs to be done. That is why we're building an inclusive economic growth. An inclusive economic growth is going to talk about women, children, women, young people, and people with disability. We are moving away from the era of only men, especially the white males who were benefiting. Because even African men, if you go to the stock exchange, there are very few. We can't even talk. The black woman is represent the face of poverty. So 7th administration, it's focusing on that. As I conclude, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to appreciate the chairperson, 2 chairpersons of my portfolio committee and all the members of these 2 portfolio committees because they continuously hold us accountable on a daily basis. They don't say this is a premier, therefore we can't hold her accountable. They know where we box each other in that portfolio committee. When they come here, they give a report which is presenting what was debated and agreed upon. I can't say everything about others. We agree on something, we hear something in this house. But otherwise, thank you very much.
Roliwa Muranga Vundu, Singo, Vodokotera Ramatuba. We shall now continue. And so as you know, ridova ri tshi khou humbela vho Thovele media vhathu Chivase for consideration adoption of the reports ka committee ya Oversight Mechanism Committee. Singo lama singo relivo.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier Popi Ramatuba, Duru Lavero Lambeu, Cheza Chalimpopo, Chirukwe Chashao. Honorable MECs, Honorable Chair of Chairs and Deputies, Honorable Chief Whip and the Deputy, Whipari, and all members. I rise to request for consideration and adoption of 2024-2025 annual report, Legislature.
May I call on a seconder?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I stand to second the adoption of the presented report by the Chair of the Committee of Oversight Mechanism.
Roliwa vo Mmese Vopela, roba ri tshi khou humbela vo Chairperson vo Thovele futhi.
Deputy Speaker, I move for the adoption of 2025-2026 first quarter report, Limpopo Legislature.
May I call upon the seconder? Honorable Mavucha.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to move for the consideration and adoption of the first quarter report of the Limpopo Legislature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabucha. We shall now go to the debates. I shall now call upon Honorable Matabuche Shimane Morris.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makuru Peche, the Honorable Premier, Dr. Popira Matuba, and members of the Executive Council, Honorable Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, and the Whipari, Honorable Chair of Chairs and the Deputy Chair of Chairs, honorable members, distinguished guests in the gallery, receive my greetings. Deputy Speaker, Section 114, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa empowers the legislature to exercise oversight over all provincial organs of the state. This is a very crucial responsibility that requires legislature itself to put its house in order to fulfill this task without fear or favor. The legislature must therefore, in this regard, lead by example in terms of performance and overall governance. Having settled the constitutional imperatives bestowed on the legislature, the question of who oversees the overseer remains fundamental in the accountability spectrum. Fortunately, Section 4, subsection 1 of FAMPLA empowers the oversight mechanism to exercise oversight over the legislature, which informed the basis of this debate. We have indeed scrutinized the performance of the legislature in line with this principle in order to ensure improvement in performance, which we believe will ultimately lead to the regaining of our lost clean audit outcome. As overseers of others, we must talk from a position of strength, not of weakness, as we currently are. Madam Speaker, clean audits are foundations of good governance, with which it will be difficult to tell a compelling story about the integrity of any institution. The Limpopo Provincial Legislature must therefore play a leading role as the custodian of legislation. Madam Speaker, as the Committee of Oversight, we are pleased that the institution has delivered on the support that has to be given to both the political and strategic leadership, with minor and insignificant deviation. The annual performance plan in terms of Program 1 under governance and leadership and its sub-programs in the first quarter has been achieved, save for the protocol and international relations, where targets on study tours were not met. We therefore urge the relevant units to comply, particular committees do their relevant part, or else we risk regressing even further come the end of the financial year. We are further pleased that the sub-program on political party and member support services has achieved 100% in the first quarter, with all political parties represented in the legislature complying in terms of their audited financial statements. It is our view, Madam Speaker, that Program 1 makes up an important integral part of the entire institution and normal functioning will go a long way in making sure that all other programs are functioning as required. Madam Speaker, the committee is worried that some sub-programs in Program 2 under administration have not achieved their targets. The sub-program on security and risk management indicates several underperformance, which is a concern for which is a cause for concern as it relates to overall security of our national key point. We urge the relevant unit to expedite the updating of the risk register as a matter of extreme urgency. Madam Speaker, the continued defiance by staff members who are to be subjected to vetting is worrisome, and urge the Office of the Secretary to immediately implement consequence management on those that do not comply with the requirement and furnish the committee with the report before the end of the current quarter. The appointment of service provider for the access points to the buildings must also be expedited to achieve 100%. It is now stands at 50% according to the report that we have just received. Madam Speaker, the committee expects the sub-program on finance, budget control and reporting to always achieve 100%, as it has huge bearing on the audit outcomes at the end of each financial year. If the institution is able to have the sub-program on its toes and achieving maximally, we'll go back to our glory days of achieving clean audit. It's doable. We have to work towards that. Madam Speaker, the same goes for expenditure and revenue management, which has several underperformance, including but not limited to the debt collection. The process to remove deceased debtors and outstanding debts must be finalized urgently. The 0% achievement on the human resource management regarding the implementation of approved policies and the performance is a worrying factor. Therefore, it is important to implement those policies. There should not be excuses. The performance of this unit is critical if the legislature was to comply with all laws governing human resources. The 98% achievement on ICT is acknowledged, save for ineffectiveness of the systems in the legislative chamber that need urgent attention, but we could see there's a lot of improvement. Madam Speaker, the achievement on the set targets in the quarter under review is critical to the achievement of targets on the subsequent quarters. So the first quarter lays the foundations for the future achievements of target. So therefore it is paramount that during the first quarter, we make sure that we achieve. So as a committee, we therefore support the report, and I therefore move that the report be adopted as the report of this August House. I thank you, Kia Leboha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matabore. You have even given us more than 5 minutes left. Thank you for that. We shall now call upon Honorable Hermanus Franz Max.
Honourable Speaker, the 2024-25 annual report and the 2025-26 quarter one report of the Limpopo Legislature paints a bleak picture. These reports highlight significant concerns regarding the legislature financial management compliance and compliance with accounting practices and overall performance. According to the Auditor's General findings, the financial statements submitted for auditing were not fully prepared in line with general recognized accounting practices and were not supported by comprehensive and proper records. The Auditor General further reported that the measures in place for the preparation, review, and approval of the annual financial statements and annual performance reports, as well as controls to detect and prevent non-compliance with legislation, were inadequate. As a result, Honourable Speaker, the Legislature received an unqualified audit opinion for the 2024-25 financial year. This issue ought to be a cause for concern among all members present in this chamber. The committee noted with concern that the Legislature failed to achieve all its targets. Out of 58 performance targets, only 59 were achieved, a mere 68% success rate. The explanation of it was that much of the administration's time was consumed by elections and preparations for the 7th Legislature, including orientation and induction workshops for new members. Honourable Speaker, elections are part of a constitutional rhythm, not an excuse for underperformance. If our systems collapse every time there's an election, it means they are too fragile to sustain this institution. The committee also raised questions about disciplinary processes within the Legislature. It's unacceptable that such matters drag on for months without finality. Disciplinary processes are not optional. They are essential for restoring accountability and integrity in this institution. Honourable Speaker, the most concerning finding relates to the unauthorised and irregular purchase of a vehicle for the office of the Speaker, which was above the approved Treasury threshold. This irregular expenditure, reportedly over R1 million, contributed directly to the Legislature's poor audit performance and may have already affected the audit status for 2025-26. The Speaker has told the committee that she never requested a vehicle and that the matter is under investigation. But with respect, Honourable Speaker, the actual issue is not whether you requested a vehicle or not. What the public wants to know is, when will those responsible be held accountable? And yes, Honourable Speaker, as the committee, we duly take note that you said the matter is under investigation. And as the committee, we fully support you in launching such an investigation. However, Speaker, you would recall that a committee pertinently asked you, give us clear timelines for the completion of this investigation and for the tabling of a report before this Legislature. Can it really take more than 6 months to investigate this issue and submit a report to this House? As the committee, we are still waiting for your answer, Honourable Speaker. And I humbly ask you again, when will the investigation be completed and when will the report be submitted? This is not an attack on you, Honourable Speaker. It's a request to please hold the administration accountable. The public deserve answers. Honourable Speaker, as if that were not enough, recent media reports have revealed yet another shocking allegation of wasteful expenditure. It is widely reported and alleged that the Legislature Secretary, Dr. Timothy Markie, cost R1.8 million in cancelled flights, bookings, and unused accommodation for a delegation of 7 delegates attending the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association event in Gambia. The reason? Apparently, his academic title, doctor, was not printed on the airline ticket. Now, Honourable Dr. Speaker, we had some good laughs and banter in this House regarding the insistence of some of our own honourable members on the use of their academic titles. And we are indeed privileged and proud to have such qualified and educated members in our midst. However, Honourable Speaker, when there are allegations that insistence on the use of these titles starts to cost the tax-paying public millions in wasteful expenditure, then it's no longer a laughing matter, and it requires serious and urgent attention from all members in this House. According to the reports, the initial bookings cost about R442,000, which were cancelled. A second booking was also allegedly cancelled for the very same reason. It was only after the airline responded with the rules and regulations that the legislature involuntarily accepted the airline's policy. This allegedly led to the purchase of a third set of bookings, reportedly at a cost of over 800,000 rand, and therefore bringing the total wasted expenditure to nearly 1.8 million rand. Effectively, Honourable Speaker, that means that each delegate cost taxpayers 257,000 rand in wasteful expenditure. The legislature has reportedly defended the secretary right to his use of his title, but has not released any invoices, cost breakdowns, or disciplinary findings. If these reports are true, Honourable Speaker, it is nothing short of an embarrassment to this institution and an insult to the people of Limpopo. However, if they are not true, Honourable Speaker, please take this House into your confidence. Give us a detailed report as to what actually transpired with supporting documentation. Between the irregular vehicle, the cancelled flights, and the regression in audit outcomes, it is clear that we are those trusted with safeguarding public money act with arrogance and without consequence. We cannot credit while our own house is in disarray. Therefore demands, on behalf of all the tax-paying residents of Limpopo, a full cost breakdown on authorization record of the alleged 1.8 million travel expenditure, a comprehensive report on the irregular vehicle purchase, including disciplinary action and the recovery of funds, immediate disciplinary measures to be taken against officials implicated, and stronger internal controls and oversight over procurement and travel management. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, Limpopo's people deserve a legislature that leads by example, one that is transparent, prudent, and accountable. When millions are wasted on vanity and mismanagement while communities go without water, jobs, and proper services, we lose the moral authority to demand better from anyone else. It is time for this legislature to clean its own house. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marx. We shall now call upon Honorable Malapo Walter Samuel. I see he's not in the house. Honorable Baloyi, are you coming in for him? Thank you very much. Honorable Baloyi will come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to MECs, Premier, greetings to my party leader, Honorable Commissioner Paul, and all members in the House. The EFF is completely dismayed and disappointed and dejected by the continuous negative report on the Limpopo Legislature, which can be confirmed to be truth. When the Speaker started the term, she was bought a vehicle which was above the Treasury regulation. The Auditor General has since found that the purchase of a vehicle caused the institution to decline to an unqualified findings. The EFF noted that the insatiable appetite for fine things in life have led her to the purchase of Mercedes-Benz, which the media have indicated that there is gathered dust in the basement of the institution. The same appetite that the Secretary of the Legislature had, which was reported in the media, that costed the Legislature 1.8 million on flights and accommodation to Gambia. It is unheard of that someone holding a public position will insist at the cost of taxpayer that his title of academic doctor to be in the ticket, and that all tickets of MPL must be cancelled to accommodate his doctor's title. The EFF note that each time the Speaker and the Secretary appear before the Oversight Committee, they speak all sorts of lies to protect each other from accountability. The last time they appeared before the committee, the speaker indicated that she had not seen the car, she does not know the car, and she never authorized nor indicate that she needs the car. Which are all lies, Honorable Speaker. There is no way that 3 million can be spent without the knowledge of the Speaker as the custodian of the budget of the legislature, according to FMPPLA. The EFF further note that Mr. Mage, the Secretary, who should have been the first to have an axe fall on him, is shielded by the Speaker. The same Secretary who squandered the budget of the legislature is never held accountable for the shenanigans that she is doing. But some known and person of known consequences remain suspended. If the axe had to fall, it should begin at the end with him. Can we get a progress report on disciplinary cases involving some employees in the institution? In this institution, workers are being threatened with suspension all the time, while unplanned meetings are held at any given time. When do these people do their work? Because all the times they are in boardroom holding unnecessary meetings. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is disappointed that the financial statement submitted for the auditing were not fully prepared in accordance with the general recognized accounting practice, and the supporting full and proper record are requested by the Section 5.1 of FMPPLA Act as indicated at AG auditing findings. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, we are disturbed that legislature received an unqualified audit opinion for 2024-2025 financial year, which represents regression from the clean audit opinion the legislature received in the previous financial year. The obsession with the title instead of obsession with quality meeting that target in the dilemma we need to uphold. Once you become obsessed with title, you start dropping the ball on your responsibility as accounting officer because your mind with that have nothing to do with your work. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is worried. The EFF is worried about the internal control deficiency in the legislature, which can be linked to the regression on audit outcomes. We are also disturbed as the EFF that legislature has not recorded 100% achievement of all targets set across all programs in the annual report. Only 39 targets were achieved from 58 targets set during 2024-2025 year, which is dismal performance to say the least. The incapacity to meet the target by the legislature is the real reason why service delivery continue to be compromised. This is completely unacceptable, Honorable Speaker. These shenanigans emanating from this these shenanigans emanate, yeah, I know they can hear me. This shenanigans emanates from the arrogance and ego by the secretary of this legislature must be nipped into the bud. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is quite bantered that the political leadership and management of this legislature spend most of the time on overseas trip, which some of their favorite ANC members in this house. Why are members of the opposition, especially from the official opposition, excluded from undertaking this overseas trip? Is this legislature represent ANC only? The last time we checked, the legislature is for people of Limpopo. This legislature was not from Fras Mutlale House or Lutuli House, but it's for people who belong to this province and all opposition party that are in this house. So we are looking at you. We know that you are doing this as a partisan, and that we are we'll make sure that you held accountable out of these shenanigans. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Baloyi. We shall now call upon the chairperson of the committee, Votovere Womitia Batu Chivase.
Honorable Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip and the Deputy, Honorable Chairs of Chairs and the Deputy, Honorable Chairpersons of Committees, Honorable MECs, distinguished guests in the gallery, Ndiabaresha. Ona le kereke ngo ba re ya tshigubu so ya ZTC. Ere ke dingwe ke mabaribari I've responded. Madam Speaker, Catherine Palsifa once said, I quote, "How you act, what to do today, it is a living legacy on display." Close quotation. Those words, Madam Speaker, resonate deeply with us gathering here today. They remind us that our actions as members of this legislature are not isolated moments. They are a living legacy unfolding before the people we serve. As I echo the sentiments of my colleagues, I must emphasize that this legislature must stand as a beacon of accountability and integrity. It must be an example to all institutions, entities, and departments within our province with clean governance. Clean governance is not merely a target, Madam Speaker, it is a moral responsibility. This is because clean audits reflect the credibility of our financial statements, the credibility that can only be achieved through sound financial management and strict adherence to the prescripts of the law, especially in areas such as procurement and contract management. They are statements to how faithful we as custodians of public resources use the people's money to advance our institutional mandate within the bounds of legality. Madam Speaker, allow me for a moment to remind members of what we already know. We are an oversight body. This implies that we must lead by example. Turning to the Parliamentary Service Program, Madam Speaker, this is the heartbeat of the legislature. It demands our focused effort and unwavering commitment. Yet, during the quarter under review, a few targets were not achieved. The under expenditure of 18.8% in this program is concerning. Yet, we urge all role players to tighten their coordination and secure that resources are efficiently utilized to realize every planned objective. Equally worrying, Madam Speaker, is the underperformance in implementing House resolutions. While the legislature may not bear sole responsibility, we nonetheless call upon relevant committees and units to redouble their efforts. Reports generated after oversight visit must not gather dust. However, they must trigger action. Oversight without implementation, Madam Speaker, renders our effort meaningless. We therefore urge the Standing Committee on Public Accounts to keep a close watch on departmental action plans and ensure that resolutions of this House are honored. To those sub-programs that performed well, we say keep the momentum. Leadership must continue providing the necessary support to sustain this positive trajectory. Madam Speaker, it is concerning that the Planning and Development Sub-Program had no targets set in the quarter under review. Planning is not a luxury. It is the backbone of achievement. We urge that this gap be covered in the next quarter. On a positive note, we commend the Research Service Unit for achieving all its targets. An informed legislature, Madam Speaker, is our powerful legislature. Research enriches policy development and enhances our decision-making. Leadership must continue supporting this vital function. Priority, Madam Speaker, must also be directed to underperforming programs, particularly programs for strategic planning and knowledge management service, which has lacked the most. Furthermore, the over-expenditure on compensation of employees raises red flags and requires all-through explanations, as does the under-expenditure on goods and services. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General raised several concerns. Amongst them is poor financial management and weak recording keeping, particularly troubling the unauthorized and irregular purchases of 2 vehicles for the Speaker exceeding Treasury threshold. We call upon the Speakership to expedite investigation and report back to this House with transparency. Madam Speaker, NCOP once wrote, I quote, "Being a good example teacher others to be good," close quotation. How then can we, as an oversight body, demand clean audits from departments when we ourselves fall short? Let us set a bold goal that by the end of this 7th administration, every department achieves a clean audit. We must further extend our support to municipalities, for without clean governance, service delivery will continue to suffer. Madam Speaker, the question before us is this: what kind of living legacy are we displaying as an oversight body? And equally important, what example do we wish to set for those who follow? Our actions today will echo far beyond this chamber. They will define the standards of governance, accountability, and integrity in our province. Let us therefore choose to be remembered as a legislator that led with honor, that upheld the rule of law, and that left behind a legacy of clean governance worthy of the trust our people have placed in us. Lastly, Madam Speaker, emerging issues concerning this legislature are currently attracting media attention. They must be addressed urgently. Our institutional integrity and reputation are at stake. The communication unit must act swiftly to clarify facts and protect the credibility of this House. Therefore, Madam Speaker, with due consideration to all these matters, I move that report be adopted as the report of this House, August House. I so move, Madam Speaker. Ndiadubu.
Rolivhuwa vho Thovhele vho media vhathu Tshivhase. Zwa zwino ri ḓo humbela tshipikara vho Dokotela Makoma Grace Makurupetshi vha ḓe vha ri ṋee dziphindulo kha dzi consent dzo isiwaho. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Deputy Speaker. Oh, I wanted to check what happened to the DA people there. I saw them packing their bags, leaving.
Yeah, I would not know. They just bowed and went out. Yeah, so thank you very much. We'll check that. Over to you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, who's the presiding officer for the session today. And let me greet the Premier, Dr. Popirama Tulwa, in her absence. She did apologize, she was going to a meeting with the AG. And greet all the MECs present here. Greet the Chair of Chairs and the Deputy Chair of Chairs. As well, greet the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, all mayors, all honorable members of the WIPARI and all members of the legislature, including the opposition, led by Honorable Mapoulo and all other members. Deputy Speaker, let me appreciate the debate by honorable members, led by the chair, Bone Busingo, Omediabatu, Prince Kennedy Chivase. Bone presented the report with the entire committee. I'm not going to go one by one on the issues because Honorable Maurice Mataboge said a mouthful. He has raised issues where there are issues. He has indicated where we can do better, and we appreciate that because he was very specific. The same as the chair, he did the same, that he has given all the outcome. There are a few things that I can talk to. The first thing, members are raising the matter of the targets in the 2024-2025. We'll remember that that is the year that we took over in the middle of the year, when all targets were approved in the beginning of the year, and we had to live with them, no matter challenges that we had, elections, and we took over, which we presented in detail to the committee that it's something that we need to deal with. That's why in the first quarter we are improving, and we commit that going to the second quarter, we will be able to make sure that there's a correlation between the performance of the targets as well as the performance of the budget. Secondly, the other matter that I need to deal with relates to the clean audit that has been taken away. It's something that we're not proud of, but we are happy that we got unqualified audit opinion. What makes us to be happy that we get unqualified audit opinion with less unwarranted wastage is because of the change of senior management leadership that happened. Members will remember that Dr. Make only came on the 1st of November, which was in the 3rd quarter of the month. 2 months later, the CFO left towards the end of the financial year. That led to some of the information that would be required, especially on the preparation of the annual financial statements, could not be corroborated in the manner that would be corroborated. Because some of the matters that were previous year matters. For example, because we had to meet with the AG so that we and the AG are on the same page of understanding what really might have caused the audit. The vehicle that they are talking about, it's a matter that is under investigation, I will not refer to. The other matter that I'm saying there were previous related matters is, for example, if the legislature has not budgeted according to the requirements of GRAB, when the legislature know that members are going to exit the system, they are supposed to budget that money on an annual basis. So if they don't do that, but they pay everybody, that on its own becomes an issue for the audit. There's another matter relating to the audit that we are utilizing the office, which is the office that belongs to Public Works, and we're not paying anything. The matter was raised in the previous year as an audit matter that in the future, we must report about it, that whatever service you use, we must quantify as revenue because we're not paying anything. We must say if we're paying somewhere else, what is it that would have paid, and put that, quantify it as revenue. Unfortunately, the previous years, they were not doing it, and it was their own omission as the AG, and they acknowledged that. When we put that into the annual financial statements, we were told to put only the amount, but not put the relations we have with Public Works. So on that note, some of the figures that were not properly captured and the notes that were there, for example, one of the issues related to licenses. Licenses were put as asset, intangible assets, when we are supposed to put that as a prepayment because it's a 1 year. Once it's a 1 year, you can't put it that. So those, once you don't write completely what the AG wants, and you are forced to amend the annual financial statements, it reduces your clean audit to unqualified. We are not saying there are no problems. There are issues of controls. The controls are a serious matter in the institution. And we are putting those controls in place. We are putting systems in place so that the experience we had this year, we can't have them. Because even Dr. Make and the new CFO that has been appointed, they can't come back and tell us why they can't deliver clean audit, because they've got the whole time now. We're still only in the 2nd quarter. Whatever they're supposed to correct, they must correct. I agree with you. I will not stand here and account for anything other than clean audit in the next financial year. That is the commitment I'm making, and I hope they are listening, that I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that we go back to the glory where we are. Honorable Marx and Honorable Baloi, because Honorable Malapo, my friend, was not in, because he's the one that sits in the oversight mechanism. The issues you have raised, Jama Baribari, and I'm happy the chair of the committee has responded adequately. Roliwang Amanda, chair, you have responded. We came to the oversight mechanism. We presented that there are issues that are troubling the legislature. We mentioned those things by names. And when the investigation reports are complete, we'll come back to the same oversight mechanism. Because if you do whatever investigation report, the first reference point is the oversight mechanism. We'll come and present, and unfortunately, we can't deal with Mabaribari Rino. Ngauri, we can't interfere with the investigations when they're happening. All the matters we have raised, Mabari, the car, the other things, will come with the full report at the right time. It's our wish. Actually, personally, it's my wish that these processes might be completed by the end of October, so that we close by November, we would have gone to the oversight mechanism and presented the report accordingly. And Chair, at that time, we can be able to go to the media because the report would have been finalized, both as well on the matter relating to the disciplinary processes. We subject them to a process that is legal, that is called the sub judice, allow space, those matters will be attended to with the speed that members are expecting that those matters should be addressed. Deputy Speaker, I stand here to indicate that Limpopo Legislature is an institution which is an agent for transformation that strives to defend, strengthen, deepen, and maintain democracy. We are therefore required, without fail, to be required without fail to be the representative, a consultative body, a vanguard of the people, aspirations, and interest towards a democratic, non-sexist, non-racial, united, and prosperous South Africa and society in Limpopo. For me to be able to commit myself, I had to stand in the words of one Amilcar Cabral, and I believe in those words, when he said, hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies wherever they are told. Mask no difficulties, no mistakes, no failures, and will not claim no easy victory. We believe in that. So Mabaribaru will come to an end at some point when the real truth will be coming out. We'll do everything in our power to preserve the performance excellence in this legislature, promote good governance, and safeguard the purse and ensure for money is accounted for and all our targets are achieved. Because everything we do, we must set an example. And it's our interest to set an example. We'll never fail. The committee will come as and when you want us to account, to make sure that you are able to account accordingly to the people of the province through this sitting. On that note, Deputy Speaker, I would want to thank the chair of the committee, Singo, Bone Mediabatu, Bone Barefandiafa, the leadership that you are providing all the time, and all your committee members. I might not mention you by names. I might not mention you, Honorable Max and Mlapo. You are very helpful in that committee. As the team, legislature, we are learning a lot. Because we are not coming there to pretend as if we know all. We are coming you to say this is the state of the institution. You always advise us. You always guide us. And we'll continue to learn. But on that note, we can assure you that we'll continue to come and account for the people of Limpopo to know that the legislature is in good hands. Presiding officers, led by the Deputy Speaker, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mukoni, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, we are in good hands. The support you receive from you all the time. We feel we are at home. We feel we've got a mother to cry on. We feel we've got a father to cry on. Indeed, together, we'll rebuild this institution to the highest level. Dr. Make, the CEO, Mehomu, Tate Bahopa, CFO, Tate Mabota. I know the risk you did and audit internal. I know that I will call you 12 midnight when we're trying to make sure that you finalize the annual financial statements. The good thing is the legislature is not outsourcing. We do it internally. What we need is just to perfect the system. Continue to do the hard work. continue to make sure that me and you were not accused, Dr. Mage, about to being doctors because we worked hard. I worked hard. So my title is very important. But my title cannot overshadow me for the work that I do. And my title will never make me spend the money of the legislature in order to achieve. That will not be acceptable in this legislature, and it must never happen again. And we will follow up the matter to the latter to make sure that indeed, if there was money of the legislature that was used, it's recovered accordingly. On that note, I take this opportunity to thank all members of the legislature. When they say we have not achieved the target, all chairpersons of chairs, it has been a bumpy road, but together we are now on the same page. With you, the legislature can be able to function better because the committees, if the committees are not supported, if the committees are not working, obviously, all of us were going to fail. The legislature will not be able to run. The department will not be able to account. We'll continue to make sure that we support. And as and when we have got challenges, our office, our doors, my phone is open. I'm happy with those chairpersons that as and when you experience challenges in committees, you are able to call to say, Speaker, here we are being failed, so that we are able to intervene at all times. There's a matter that has been raised by the committee, and I know that members are worried about the issue of international trips. The EFF should not complain. The first trip that we organized was going to Rwanda. The delegation of the EFF was part of it. They wrote out a formal letter from their party that they will not be able to attend. Unfortunately, they did not tell us that they will be attending the other trips. By the time they wanted us to send somebody to the next trip, already it was too late because the delegation was finalized. We agree that our delegation, because there are international trips that are not the making of the legislature or a choice by the speaker. When we go to Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, we go there, I go there as in my capacity as the speaker. Deputy Speaker go there in a capacity as the Deputy Speaker. The Secretary goes there in a capacity as Secretariat of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. We can add other people, but the three are supposed to go. This year, I decided I was not going to go to any trip. But I was summoned because we are led by the speaker at national level. It's not my choice that I'm not attending. There were many issues that were supposed to be debated in Gambia because it was an international. So as Africa, we needed to go and raise certain voices. So I had to be instructed by the speaker to say, we need you as the leader of delegation to go and join the delegation. Initially, I was not supposed to be part of that delegation. They were led by the deputy speaker. So I must indicate that the CPA must not be confused with, and it was got a number of, those that went to Gambia, it was the CPA. Those that went to Rwanda, it was a CPA. Those that went to America as well is part of the CPA program. So those are legislated and regulated. But inclusion of the opposition, yes, it will be done. I agree that moving forward, we'll be able to take that. On the study tours, the money is there. Our wish is by the time we finish the year in March, at least with the budgeted ones, you should have left. The approval has been made. What we are left with is protocol. They were finalizing with the Department of International Relations because we need go ahead from the Department of International Relations. We'll push them to make sure that if there are those that can still go this year, we make sure that they go. But others, be ready to go between January and February as and when you are able to attend your study tours. On that note, I take this opportunity. The province but other provinces are coming here to learn, and they continue to call me every day to learn how we do things. Continue to do the good work. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Dr. Grace Makurupecha, the speaker, as you come back here and continue with the sitting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, honorable members. We are now proceeding with the order paper. In terms of the order paper, we are now going to item 9, item 9. Am I right? No, the Deputy Speaker has not done item 8. I thought she would do item 8. Item 8 is the parliamentary questions. My honorable members have raised questions. Question 40, 8.1, question 40, 2025 for written reply. We're informing you that we've received the response from the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture. The matter is now removed from the question paper of the legislature. 8.1.2, question 70 of 2025, a written reply from the MEC of Health has been received. The matter has now been closed because it's now removed from the question paper. We now directly proceed to item 9. Item 9 is the NCOP business. 9.1 is the consideration and adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration on the Public Service Amendment Bill, B13D-2023. Committee Chairperson, Ntate Maudu Johannes Pukani, is coming to present that report.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to yourself, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makurupecha, the Deputy Speaker, the Premier in absentia, the Leader of Government Business, the MEC is present, the WIPARI, the Office of the Chairperson, the Leader of Opposition Parties, my fellow honorable members present here. Honorable Speaker, I on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration, I move that the Public Service Amendment Bill B13D/2023 be adopted as the official report of the House. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Any seconder to the report? Honorable Matou.
Inko, Madam Speaker, an email to Secretary of Makari Chairperson of Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Although we have received a request from the MEC, Leader of Government Business, that all MECs are supposed to meet with the AG at 3. At 1. Is it 1 or 3? 3, or they wrote 1. 13 hours. Or you are leaving at 1:30. Okay. So the MECs are requesting to be released, but you need to know that Leader of Government Business, I'm not sure, because the debate that is coming affects you more than us. Because the policies are going to affect you in terms of a lot of things, but it's upon you. You are released. I'm not sure if you leave, all of you, or maybe you can remain behind a bit, because we'll be finishing soon. Thanks. Can we request the chair to proceed with 9.2?
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I move that the report on Public Administration and Management Amendment Bill B10B stroke 2023 be adopted as the official report of the House. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. We will now go directly to the speakers list. Allow Honorable Nempomodoni and Tabelen Colbert to open the debate on the first one, which is the Public Service Administration Amendment Bill. You don't have 40 minutes, we've got 10. And you don't have to eat all of them.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Greetings to the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia, Chairs of Chairs, Deputy Chairs of Chairs, Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, in particular also Waipari, sorry, leader of opposition, and also members of this August House. Dr. Speaker, we are embarking on the journey to totally professionalizing the public service. And in the words of Thomas Woodrow Wilson, who is regarded as the father of public administration by most of the scholars, he described the public administration as government in action, emphasizing the need for efficiency, professional skills, and also the separation of administration from politics to create a merit-based system. In terms of Chapter 10 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, public service administration must be governed by democratic principles and values enshrined in the Constitution. Public service must be broadly representative of the South African citizens with employment and personal management practices based on ability, objectivity, fairness, and the need to redress the imbalances of the past in order to attain the broad representation. Services must be provided to the people impartially, fairly, equitably, and without bias. The element of transparency must be fostered by providing the public with timely, accessibly, and accurate information. In February 2024, the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa adopted the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill. This adoption marked a significant milestone in the ongoing efforts to enhance the element of professionalism, efficiency, and responsiveness of the public service and administration in South Africa. The Public Administration Amendment Bill introduced provisions aimed at enhancing administrative powers, strengthening accountability mechanisms, and improving efficiency in the public service. These reforms align with President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa's vision for a professional, efficient, and ethical public service as emphasized in the State of the Nation address. Similarly, the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill also seeks to harmonize critical aspects of public administration across all spheres of government. The bill emphasizes the improvement of state capacity and capability through the transfer and secondment of employees, the promotion of ethical standards for public servants, reconfiguration of the National School of Government, the removal of disparities in conditions of service, and better coordination of determination of conditions of service for all employees in the public administration. The Bill's purpose is to amend the Public Administration Management Act 2014 so as to further provide for the transfer and secondment of employees, to provide clarification regarding the prohibition against employees conducting business with organs of state, to provide for National School of Government to be constituted as a national department, to provide for the removal of employment disparities across the public administration, to provide for the coordination of the mandating process for collective bargaining in the public administration, and also to amend the schedule so as to effect certain amendments and to provide for matters connected therewith. The bill also seeks to strengthen governance, enhance the capacity of public administration employees, and ensure fairness, transparency, and equity across all spheres of government. The committee received oral submissions during the public hearing and written inputs from various stakeholders after the public hearings, which were conducted across all 5 district municipalities in the province. Stakeholders were informed of the purpose of the bill, with emphasis on clauses identified for amendment. Majority of participants expressed support for the bill while raising the following key concern: ensuring that transfers and secondments are respect workers' rights, clarity on the roles of HODs versus MEC in employee management, concern regarding timing and fairness of job adverts and interviews. On the 20th of June 2025, the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration considered the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill, including briefings from the NCOP permanent delegate and also the Department of Public Service and Administration. Following the briefings and public hearings, the committee resolved to undertake further deliberations on the bill and prepare a negotiating mandate. The Public Administration Management Amendment Bill was then referred to the Limpopo Legislature by the National Council of Provinces. The legislature in turn referred the bill to the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration for consideration and to confer a negotiating mandate to the NCOP permanent delegates. The Portfolio Committee on Public Administration, having considered the bill, stakeholder inputs, and public submissions, recommends that the Limpopo Legislature confer a final mandate to the NCOP permanent delegate to vote in favor of the Public Administration Management Bill, to pass it into the law. Therefore, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration, I move for the adoption of the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Nempomoduni debate already goes to 9.2. Then we'll allow the Honorable Wilson to proceed, but then the person who will be coming at 9.2 will be doing 9.1. There was just a swapping from the ANC, which I don't think it's a problem.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Public Service Amendment Bill, B14B of 2023, was referred to the Limpopo Provincial Legislature by the National Council of Provinces. The Legislature, in turn, referred the bill to the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration for consideration and to confer a negotiating mandate to the NCOP permanent delegate. The bill seeks to amend the Public Service Act 1994, Proclamation number 103 of 94, in order to provide for the devolution of administrative powers from executive authorities to heads of departments, to strengthen the role of the Director General in the Presidency in providing support to the President, Establish a mechanism for the recovery of overpayments of remuneration and benefits. Clarify the role of the Public Service Commission in relation to grievance management. Clarify the roles of the President and the Premiers regarding the appointment and career incidents of heads of departments, and to provide for related and consequential matters. The bill aims to enhance efficiency, accountability, and transparency in the public service, while ensuring fairness to employees. The committee conducted public hearings across the 5 district municipalities of Limpopo province. Overall, the committee noted broad support for the bill and noted concerns regarding clauses 11, 14, and 16 related to HOD powers, acting appointments, and employment dismissal procedures. On the 10th of September 25, the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration considered the negotiating mandate of all the provinces. 7 provinces supported the bill. The C list of amendments adopted on the 16th of September 25, forming part of the D version, further noted that the Select Committee confirmed that concerns were addressed in the C list. The Portfolio Committee on Public Administration, having considered the bill and stakeholder submissions, recommended that the Limpopo Provincial Legislature confer a final mandate to the NCOP permanent delegate to vote in favour of the Public Services Amendment Bill B13D of 23, noting that clauses 11, 14 and 16 should be duly considered and addressed during the negotiations in the NCOP. The DA supports this recommendation. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We now hand over to Honorable Mapolo. to, Honorable Mapolo, over to you.
Honorable Colbert, Wiper and Wiper. No, thank you very much, Speaker Dr. Makurupecha. Honorable Speaker, colleagues, the EFF rejects the provision of clauses of the bill in the current form. It lacks transformative elements of change on public administration in South Africa for the better. The transfer of employees is a matter of great concern to workers if it's handled well. It could boost morale, support family stability and workplace productivity. The provisions within the bill, as it stands, could do the opposite, and the result is unnecessary litigation. There must be clear provision providing for the transfer of employees that would require the consent of request of the effect of employee, and that transfer would not cause a break in service or result in their conditions of service being negatively affected, unless agreed to by the employees. This is a matter of great stress to many workers, and unless it is adequately addressed, it will continue to be thorn in the flesh. The bill's provision regulating and, where relevant, prohibiting public servants from doing business with the state. There are many officials in government doing business with the state despite the existing policies which prohibit them to do. The lack of consequence management by the government exacerbate or compound this problem even more. This bill is not aggressive enough in terms of addressing the issue of officials doing business with the state. The state must be cleansed on the cancers of corruption and state capture that had become endemic throughout the state at all levels. Public service dependent upon a state geared toward the needs of the poor and working class. It cannot be a hotbed of entrepreneurship or of corruption. Honorable Speaker, the culture of throwing javelins is deeply embedded in the state, where senior management and other officials would award lucrative contracts to private sector companies and then promptly resign to join such companies. That's a great javelin. The EFF have been raising the crisis of unjustifiable disparities within the public administration for many years. Whilst nurses, teachers, police officers, and countless other public servants work under very trying conditions, there were senior management in the public service entities and municipalities who were paid exorbitant salaries. These huge disparities are worrying because the people who do the actual job on the ground get paid less, while those sitting in air-conditioned offices earn unjustified salaries. The state must place limits on what senior management who fall outside of these collective bargaining processes could earn, as well as to enable the state to remove unjustifiable disparities. Furthermore, the ministerial coordination and the consent for government representatives involved in collective bargaining engagement in public service and local government is not clearly outlined in this bill. It is for this reason that we reject the bill in its entirety. Dr. Makurupecha, the Speaker of the Legislature. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We do know that it's procedural. Any party that agree, their objection will be noted in the final mandate as and when it is forwarded. We'll now allow Honorable Pokani to come and close the debate. The minutes I really, really appreciate. And I hope even the chair will do the same.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker, for affording me this opportunity to talk on this matter of the Public Service Amendment Bill. Public Service Administration deals with the process and practices involved in the management of public sector organizations and delivery of services to the citizens. It encompasses a wide range of activities, including policy formulation, program implementation, and service delivery. The primary goal of it is to ensure that government services are accessible, efficient, and responsive to the needs of the public. On the other hand, public service administrators are responsible for developing policies and address societal needs and challenges. This involves research, stakeholder engagement, and analysis to create solutions that are effective. Honorable Speaker, we need to indicate that a session was convened wherein the NCOP permanent delegate was able to brief the committee, inclusive of the administrators of the Public Service Department. And out of that, they were able to clarify some of the clauses in the bill that need to be looked into. This committee, Honorable Speaker, was able then to take the bill to the masses of the province for public hearings and inputs. I must also indicate to you, Honorable Speaker, that the purpose of the bill is meant to amend the Public Service Act of 1994, which thereby provide for the devolution of administrative powers from executive authorities to heads of department. It is also meant to ensure that they augment the role of the Director General and the Presidency to support the President, and also to provide for a mechanism to deal with the recovery of overpayments of remuneration and benefits, to clarify the role of the Public Service Commission in respect of the grievances, and to clarify the role of the President and the Premier in respect of the appointment and career incidents of heads of department, and to provide for matters connected therewith. These are the there isn't deter for the bill, Honorable Speaker. Like I indicated that public hearings were convened by the by the portfolio committee in the entirety of the province. All the 5 districts were visited in which stakeholders were invited, and the stakeholders were able to make inputs into the bill as provisioned. The stakeholders were taken through all the clauses that were meant to be looked into, that were meant to be amended. And we are here to indicate, Honorable Speaker, that the people out there who were consulted were supportive of the bill with some few concerns which were adequately addressed. It's unfortunate that others decide to take a certain decision, not informed by what the people on the ground have said. So, as the portfolio committee, we then support that the bill be supported, and we were able to give the negotiation mandate to the permanent NCOP delegate. I must indicate, Honorable Speaker, that there was a meeting that was convened by the Select Committee of Cooperative Governance and Public Administration, in which we were invited as the province, and the majority of the provinces supported the bill. That is on that basis that, Honorable Speaker, we are moving for the support of this bill. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the closing debate. We now move at the bill amendment, Public Administration Amendment Bill B10, B 2023. We'll now go directly to the one who's opening the debate, Honorable Sipuru David Champ. Please open the debate for us.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand on existing courtesies in the interest of time. Honorable name Bumbuloni, TC, I checked my dictionary on how do we pronounce Wipari. And you are correct. It is Wipari. So you are correct. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration, I would want to report on the final negotiating mandate on the Public Service Amendment Bill, B13D-2023. The public administration deals with the process and practices involved in the management of public sector organizations and delivery of services to the citizens. It encompasses a wide range of activities, including policy formulation, program implementation, and service delivery. The primary goal is to ensure that government services are accessible, effective, and efficient, and responsive to the needs of the public. On the other hand, public service administrators, meaning officials, are responsible for developing policies and addressing societal needs and challenges. This involves research, stakeholder engagement, and analysis to create solutions that are effective. The aim is to enhance efficiency, accountability, and transparency in the public service while ensuring fairness to employees. Earlier this morning when we were enjoying breakfast, Honorable Marx emphasized that officials, meaning administrators, must stay on their lane and the politicians must call the shots. He was speaking directly to what we call a political administrative dichotomy, which proposes that there must be separation of powers between politicians and the officials. So the Minister of Public, Public Service and Administration, in February 2024, with the intention of addressing policy reform commitments and strengthen the public service, presented the Public Service Amendment Bill. The object of the bill is to amend the Public Service Act 1994, Act number 103 of 1994, provide for the devolution of administrative powers from executive authorities to heads of department, augment the role of the Director General in the presidency to support the president, provide for a mechanism to deal with the recovery of overpayments of remuneration and benefits, clarify the role of the Public Service Commission in respect of grievances, clarify the role of the President and the Premier in respect of the appointment and career incidents of heads of department, and to deal with the consequential matters. These reforms are crucial to improve accountability, address corruption, and deliver efficient public services. The Committee on Public Administration conducted successful public hearings across the 5 district municipalities of the province to sensitize the Limpopo citizens about the bill and allow them to make their contributions. The committee noted the manner in which the bill was broadly supported by community members, while highlighting concerns regarding clauses contained in the bill related to powers vested in the heads of department, acting appointments, and employee dismissal procedures. On the 9th of April this year, the Portfolio Committee on Public Admin received briefings on the Public Service Amendment Bill from the NCOP Permanent Delegate and the Department of Public Service and Administration. The briefings were in relation to what transpired during the public hearings. Following deliberations and public hearings, the committee considered all stakeholder inputs and resolved to prepare a negotiating mandate to the NCOP. The Select Committee on Corporate Governance and Public Administration met to consider the negotiating mandate of all the provinces. We are talking of mandates from all the provinces, not political parties. Honorable Speaker, it is pleasing to announce that 7 out of the 9 provinces supported the bill, including our own province, Limpopo. The Public Service Amendment Bill was referred to the Limpopo Provincial Legislature by the National Council of Provinces, and the legislature intends to refer the bill to the Portfolio Committee for consideration and to confer a negotiating mandate to the NCOP Permanent Delegate. The Portfolio Committee on Public Administration has considered the bill and stakeholder submissions and recommended that the Limpopo Provincial Legislature confer a final mandate to the NCOP Permanent Delegate to vote in favor of the Public Service Amendment Bill, further recommending that all the clauses that were recommended for amendments must indeed be amended. The adoption of the bill underscores the commitment of the National Assembly to the vision of a capable, professional, and developmental state that serve the interests of the people of South Africa. These progressive reforms align with the National Development Plan, which prioritizes the transformation and improvement of the public service. as the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration, we have adopted this report. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to request the August House to move for the adoption of this report as the official report of the House, and that a final mandate be conferred to the NCOP permanent delegate to support and vote in favor of the Public Service Amendment Bill for it to pass into law to become the act. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. We shall be recorded that Honorable James Puru was adopting Amendment Bill B13D 2023, and Honorable Nempo Mudune supported B10B 2023. It must be recorded as such. We'll now allow Honorable Wilson to proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The purpose of the bill is to amend the Public Administration Management Act 2014 in order to further provide for the transfer and secondment of employees within the public administration, clarify the provisions relating to the prohibition of employees conducting business with organs of the state, provide for the establishment of a national school of government as a national department, provide measures for the removal of the employment disparities across the public administration, make provision for the determination of conditions of service where such conditions have financial implications, amend schedules to effect consequential amendments, and to provide matters incidental thereto. The bill seeks to strengthen governance, enhance the capacity of public administration employees, and to ensure fairness, transparency, and equity across all spheres of government. We are happy with the fact that public hearings with regards to the bill were indeed held, and while the majority of participants expressed support for the bill while raising the following concerns: ensuring that transfers and secondments are consensual and respect workers' rights, clarity on the roles between HODs versus MECs in employment management, concerns regarding timing and fairness of job advertisements and interviews, maintaining existing bargaining arrangements under sections 17A and B, and the need for the harmonization across all spheres of government. Following the briefings and public hearings, the committee resolved to undertake further deliberations on the bill and prepare a negotiating mandate. The committee, having considered all inputs, resolved to confer a negotiating mandate to the NCOP permanent delegates to vote in favor of the bill. On the 10th of September 25, the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration considered the negotiating mandate of all the provinces. Limpopo and the majority of provinces supported the bill. No C list was tabled as there were no textual amendments required. The Portfolio Committee on Public Administration, having considered the bill, stakeholder inputs, and public submissions, recommended that the Limpopo Provincial Legislature confer a final mandate to the NCOP permanent delegate to vote in favor of the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill B10B of 2023. The Democratic Alliance supports this decision. I thank you.
Who's saying GNU? Honorable Makamu, the leader of government business, you are released because the AG must tell you what needs to be done. We need clean audit as well in Coxter, so we can't delay you anymore. Thank you so much. We'll now allow Mahabom Setlana Ntate Mapoulo to the podium.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makurupeja, our Speaker of the Legislature, MECs, and my colleagues, MPLs, and the Red Beret. I think it is me who said GNU, I must declare. And I think the confusion will be registered very well because I'm responding to the B13 now. The Honorable Speaker, the EFF stand again to reject this bill. In its yes, the bill does not go far enough in implementing the professionalization framework adopted by Cabinet in 2022. This bill does not aggressively deal with the cadre deployment policy, the ANC, which is responsible for the collapse of the state. There is still plenty of room for political corruption to enter decision about who is appointed as HOD and for that HOD to then promote those interests down through the administrative hierarchy and into procurement decision through their new authority over recruitment and appointment in the department. Government's sound professionalization framework underscores the significance of this matter. The task is not to depoliticize the administration, which should be the case, but to bring another form of cadre deployment disguised as progressive transformation through the back door. The Public Service Amendment Bill fails to professionalize the public service in its entirety, and it leaves the appointment and dismissal of senior officials for political actors, rather than an independent body like the Public Service Commission. Furthermore, this bill has the potential to weaken municipal autonomy by imposing new regulation without sufficient consultation. We are further concerned that some wording in this bill appears to be optional instead of being mandatory, just like these commissions of yours, which you say their recommendations are not binding. Honorable Speaker, the bill is not progressive enough to address challenges of the public service and its camouflage issues instead of addressing real issues weakening the public service in South Africa. Of most concerning is the possibility of continued political interference in public service, which the bill does not seem to viciously address. Truth be told, there is nothing progressive which this bill brings on board, but we see its duplication of old stale ideas which does not have potential to change public service in South Africa. I'm still giving you 4 minutes because we are hungry, Dr. Makurupecha. Thank you.
Leader of the opposition for really saving our time. Thank you so much. We'll now allow Tate Pugani to come and close the debate.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration, we received the bill from the Legislature, and we had a session with the NCOP permanent delegate, as well as the administrators of the Public Service and Administration Department, in which they were able to take us through the processes and the clauses that need to be looked into in the bill. We were able, Honorable Speaker, to then thereafter ensure that the bill is taken for public inputs in all the districts of the province. Stakeholders were invited by the Portfolio Committee on behalf of the Legislature to ensure that they have a bite in terms of the bill. I must indicate, Honorable Speaker, that the stakeholders were able to engage the bill. They were taken through the clauses, and they were able to engage on all matters that needed their attention. This bill, Honorable Speaker, has been brought to us because it's meant to amend the Public Administration Management Act of 2014. and it also sought to further provide for the transfer and secondment of the employees. It also is meant to provide clarification regarding the prohibition against employees conducting business with organs of state and capability through state capacity and capability through the transfer and secondment of employees. It also seeks to promote ethical standards for public servants, the reconfiguration of the National School of Government, the removal of disparities in conditions of service, and to afford a better coordination of determination of conditions of service for all employees in the public administration. Honorable Speaker, we must be able to indicate as the Provincial Committee on Public Administration that after the public consultations, we came back and have a session in which we considered the submissions, both written and verbal, and then decided to support the bill. And we're able to provide the NCOP permanent delegate a negotiating mandate to support the bill. Honorable Speaker, I must also indicate that recently we just had a session convened by the Select Committee on Cooperative Governments and Public Administration, in which we were meant to ensure that there were debates with regard to this bill. In the session, in the meeting, we must be able to indicate that the majority of the provinces supported the bill. It is on that basis that, Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration in Limpopo province would move that this legislation adopt the bill and also confer a mandate to the NCOP permanent delegate to support the bill. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. The debate is closed. We have now given the mandate to the NCOP. I want to really request other chairs of different committees that as and when we refer the bills to you, consider them very urgent, because the NCOP is no longer going to allow any mandate that will be ratified after the NCOP debate because of the litigations that we're experiencing of some of the bills that have taken place before. So let's make sure that we have public hearings on time and we are able to get scheduled, come and debate so that you get the mandate accordingly, so that we have done the right thing today. Thank you so much and well done. The Committee of Public Administration was starting to do things in the right way. This is very excellent. Thank you so much. We'll go to item 3, motion for the conferral of the final voting mandate or to the NCOP by the Chief Whip. Honorable Mokhonyana. He will deal with the two items, both. You have got 3 items, Chief Whip. You just deal one by one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and good afternoon to honorable members. I will stand on the protocols that have been established. Honorable Speaker, now that the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration has tabled the reports on the Public Service Amendment Bill and the Public Administration Amendment Bill, and the House adopted the reports with recommendations, I therefore move that this House gives the authority to the NCOP permanent delegates to vote in favor of the bills and pass them into law in terms of Rule 234, Sub-Rule 4. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
We now shall request support, whoever is in support. Seconder, Honorable Spopela.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand to second the first motion as presented by the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Popela. Chief Whip can go to 9.4, which is the motion on the ratification of the designation of special delegates who attend the NCOP plenaries. Honourable Chief Whip. Have you dealt with the two motions? It's like there is, yeah, see how do you deal with them, yeah.
Just confused by your mic. Oh, now it's right. Okay. Honorable Speaker, House Rule 226, Sub Rule 3 of the Standing Rules and Orders of the House, read together with Section 61, Subsection 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, provide for the designation and appointment of special delegates when the House is not sitting. In line with this provision, the following honorable members were appointed to attend the below listed hybrid NCOP plenaries when the House was not sitting. Special NCO plenary to consider the following intervention in terms of Section 139, subsection 1C of the Constitution in the National Local Municipality, 28 September 2025. Honorable Dr. Ramatuba PC, Honorable MEC Makamu, Honorable Sipuru DMC, Honorable Nechifefe KJ. To consider the following Transport Month debate, 7 October 2025, Honorable MEC Mate SV, Honorable Leviake, Honorable Nenguda DA, Honorable Shai MS. Questions to Cluster 4B, Economics, Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and Employment and Labor, 9 October 2025, Honorable MEC Mative TB, Honorable Makawa MA, Honorable Maringa VW, Honorable Machomane GD. Questions to the President, 14 October 2025, Honorable Ramatuba PC, Honorable Manama GR, Honorable Metle DJ, Honorable Ngoveni HP. Debate on International Rural Women's Day, 15 October 2025. MEC Kekana NG, Honorable Kubama Wuza CR, Honorable Rakhwale NC, Honorable Maringa VW. To consider the following questions to Cluster 4C, Economics, Mineral, Petroleum Resources, Electricity and Energy and Communication and Digital Technologies, 16 October 2025. Honorable Matiwe TB, Honorable Mukawa MA, Honorable Maringa VW, Honorable Solane CBD. Honorable Speaker, I hereby move that this August House resolve to ratify the appointments of the above mentioned special delegates in line with the above mentioned provisions. I move accordingly.
Thank you so much. Is there any seconder? Honorable members, Honorable Mkwanyana.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion as presented by the Chief Whip. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the NCOP has scheduled hybrid plenaries and provinces are required to designate special delegates to attend these plenaries. In terms of Rule 226, Sub-Rule 1, I therefore propose that this House designate the following members as special delegates to attend NCOP plenaries. One plenary to deal with questions to Cluster 5A, Economics, Trade, Industry and Competition and Small Business Development, 28 October 2025, Honorable Mukawa MA, Honorable Salane CBD, Honorable Mnisi GD. Plenary to deal with the debate on Local Government Week, 29 October 2025, Honorable Spuru MC, Honorable Machete P, Honorable Majomani MA. Plenary to deal with questions to Cluster 5B, Economics, Finance and Tourism, 30 October 2025, Honorable Piedi MS, Honorable Mukawa MA. Plenary to deal with questions to Cluster 5C, Economics, Public Works and Infrastructure, Transport, 4 November 2025, Honorable Nechifefe KJ, Honorable Majomane MA. Plenary to deal with questions to Cluster 5D, Economics, Communication, Digital Technologies, 06 November 2025, Honorable Manama GR, Honorable Mukoni TA, Honorable Mohale MC. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? I've seen Honorable Muniz was raising her hand.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makrupeche. I'm rising to second the motion as submitted by the Chief Whip. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have done, we are now at item 10. Are there any announcements? Honorable Ngoveni Hassani, Peter, there is no longer confusion of whose Hassan is this one.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. May I, through your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, use the parlance as used by the Chief Whip that all protocol observed. I therefore rise, Honorable Speaker, to make the following announcements. One, that all members of the legislature are invited to take in the legislature to the people. That is scheduled to take place from the 10th to the 13th of November 2025 at Makuluta Maga Local Municipality, Sekhukhune District, at Peter Nchabeling Sports Ground. Two, that immediately after this sitting, programming committee is invited to the Speaker's boardroom for a quickie meeting, and lunch will be provided at that level. Three, that the next sitting of the legislature will take place on the 28th of October 2025. It will be Tuesday, 10 o'clock, here at Lower Homo Legislative Chamber. Four, that lunch is served at committee boardroom. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I informed that on the first announcement on taking legislature to the people, we'll be considering to have some session with all honorable members sometime next week. The date will be coordinated so that we can brief you on the proposed content and format so that we are able to assist administration, that the members can be able to give the inputs while on time before the date that is being scheduled, so that logistics are done accordingly when members are agreeing and given the input on the matter. So you will be advised on the date that we think will be feasible. Thank you so much. We'll now proceed to the last item that we've been waiting for. That I want to take this opportunity to thank all the participants in the legislature, from the Premier, all MECs, the Deputy Speaker who's here, the Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Wipari, through the Ntate Mokhonyana, and Tate Munama, and Tate Mapoulo, and your team, and everybody in the opposition, the DA. Although you owe us, DA, an explanation why your members leave without saying Ratsa Maya. So the DA must tell us a story why, because they should have just returned to the Deputy Speaker and apologize accordingly. Unlike just carry back, as if we have done something wrong. So we will need to be clarified if there was anything wrong. Other than that, honorable members, well done. We thank everybody in the public gallery. We thank everybody in the social media. Indeed, this house stand adjourned until the 28th October 2025 at 10 o'clock in the Leboa Khomo Legislative Chamber. Thank you very much. The sitting stands adjourned.